Hi, everybody. Happy Sunday. Welcome once again to the Quarterdeck Arcade. Happy to see you all here. Actually, happy to see a bunch of you already in the chat well before I went live. So always great to see all the usuals here, and anybody new, I welcome you all. What a morning it's been. I've literally been flying by the seat of the pants. Just like 3 minutes ago, I finally got the Time Crisis box in here. I had to get my build area set up. It's getting crowded in here, folks, which is a good thing because, as you guys know, late 2024, this place was looking pretty barren, but now it's growing. So I had to move some things around. I moved the Street Fighter around to the other side of the middle section here to make room for the Time Crisis, because I want the Time Crisis front and center in the once I get it built. So you'll see the Simpsons exposed here next to the Pac-Man. That little corner area there is where Time Crisis is going to land. So I eventually might move it against the wall, but I'm not sure where yet. So welcome everybody. Before I dive into things here, I do want to say today is a day to celebrate one of the community members and support him. I don't know Steve Sale personally. I've never had the opportunity to play golf with anybody really in virtual reality. You need to fix that sometime soon. But I've heard a lot about Steve Sale. I know what he's going through. One of the things I would like to rectify is my own teeth. I have terrible teeth. Pretty ashamed of it, actually, that I didn't take better care of them. But if you can support Steve Sale today, please do so. And I'm going to throw, let's switch over. This is the GoFundMe page. And I'm also going to put up a QR code in the corner. So by all means, if you haven't donated already and you have some extra coin laying around, throw it his way. Sounds like Steve's a good guy. Wish I knew him a little better. I have donated in the past, but I might donate again today since it's a special day. Mike B set up his day-long stream, which is currently going on right now. So those of you that want to switch over to Michael B's stream, totally fine. I mean, got way no problem with it. There's some people in the community get upset about people stepping on each other. I don't care. You watch what you want to watch. You know, I can always be watched on replay. So that's how I watch most of the content creators, because you guys know my schedule. It's nuts. So a lot of times I'm watching on replay. So if you want to head over to Michael B's stream, I don't have a link ready. Go ahead. I popped in there, said hi, but I had to take a shower to get ready for this stream and get set up. So I did get a short workout in today, and that's kind of why I'm late. I did it again. I'm sorry, guys. I screwed up my mic setup. So am I echoing right now? Let me know. My laptop has been screwing up my sound setup. Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, Doc Jock. But anyway, Steve's a good guy. I'm curious how you folks were able to hear me, because I did not have Let me mute other sources here just to make sure. Testing. All right. I sound okay. Okay, great. All right. I'm a little worried about that because within the last two shows, I've booted up my laptop and I use Sonar for my audio mixer, my virtual audio mixer. And for some reason, I've been losing the configuration in that. I don't know if it received a bad update or what, but it's given me pause about my audio setup lately. So anyway, support Steve. There's a QR code up there. Here, I'll drop the link in the chat as well. Copy paste. There you go. There's a link to his GoFundMe, a direct link to his GoFundMe. But there's a few options there for you. There's the QR code up there in the corner, and then there's the link. So go ahead and support Steve. And hopefully this day goes well with all the streamers that are going to be doing things today. I kept my show at the regular time. I did want to do the Time Crisis build this weekend, so it actually turned out well. So, so you say that Rascal is streaming right now. Go check out Rascal if you like, or have both streams up at the same time. So anyway. Okay, so what else do I need to talk about? Well, you might notice I'm standing up. Sitting down for me sucks right now. I have been going through for the last few months an issue with my back. I have what has been diagnosed as a stuck left SI joint, and it's a common running injury. Usually it has to do with running mechanics. So there's something in my running that is hurting that left SI joint. And so I'm currently seeing a physical therapist. I saw my doctor about it. It's an annoying thing right now. It's not a sharp pain. It's one of those annoying things where you can still work out. I can still run. I'm still running. Actually, I feel better when I'm running. So when I get off the treadmill that really sucks. So I'm going to be standing up because I feel better when I'm standing up anyway. I very rarely sit down nowadays until this gets better. But my third PT appointment is tomorrow, and I've got all kinds of homework to do, PT assignments, exercises that I need to do, and I've been doing them very diligently. So. I'm going to take a moment here to say hi to everybody in the chat. Bear with me as I look down from the camera. You all jumped in here early, and I appreciate that. Wow, 50 up to 13 minutes early. Zero Redux is here. That's correct. Time Crisis hits the Quarterdeck Arcade today. So we're looking forward to it. Prince Vinny is here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Zero Redux, we already said hi to you. Good to know. That's good to know. So we'll find out. Who else is here? Biggie D is here. Good to see you, buddy. Let's see. Who else is here? Scrolling through the chat. I got so much to scroll through. With ABB is here. Good to see you, buddy. I got room for, by my estimates, 4 to 5 more. And Cornercade will tell you that I have room for a lot more if I just smushed these cabinets together. As you know, I'm an artwork appreciator, so I like to leave about 5 inches between each cabinet so that I can see the artwork on the sides. He would say, he would say, you need to smush those together so you can fit 2 more cabs in. Well, maybe it'll come to that someday. I prefer to keep them spaced apart so I can see the artwork. But right now, by my estimates, the way I arrange things, I could probably get about 4 more cabs in. So, and I've got G.I. Joel's cabinet coming, and I also have the FU edition coming. So You know, there's two right there. Stock Jock is here. Always good to see you, Stock Jock. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Hockey Town is here. Good to see you, buddy. Da, 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 da. Israel Gaming is here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Ted Adam Green, always great to see you. I'm doing okay, you know, all things considered, and given how much suffering other people are going through, mine is on a 1. Mine is a 1 on the scale of 1 to 10. You know, it's not, it's an annoyance. It's something that's always with me, always there when I'm working out, and I just want to help try to get rid of it. So, let's see. Gramps Arcade is here. Happy Sunday to you, buddy. Let's see. B Kirby is here. Good to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. And since we have somebody from Chicago here, I was going to wear my Green Bay Packers jersey, but I can't find it. I went from a large to a medium, and I packed away all my large stuff, and that jersey was a large. So I think it suffered. So it's probably in one of those totes over there. I got to go look for it later, because guess what, guys? The Packers are playing the Chicago Bears today. Go Packers. That's right. So I'll be, you know where I'll be at 3:30 this afternoon. I will be, well, I will be sitting down, but not for long. I'll be sitting down, standing. I'll be alternating. And I did get my snacks for the game. I'm all set. I'm making chili later. It's going to be a great, great day. Let's see. Biggie D says Steve is a great dude. He's played golf with him. Yeah. I probably know the community a lot better if I just make time, carve out time in my busy schedule to stay up late and play with you guys in virtual golf. I bought all the courses the other day. I bought the package that gave you all the courses that you hadn't already purchased. So I'm up to date on all the courses. I actually played Alice in Wonderland the other day. That course is freaky, but I liked it. I really enjoyed it. And so I'd love to dive in there with a few other community members eventually. I know Biggie D, you've invited me a few times. It's just for lack of time, man. I go to bed at 7 every night. So one of these days I'll catch up with you guys. Oh, I have 2 straight weeks off over Christmas. So Christmas and New Year's. So if there was any time that I was going to make a community golf event in the MetaQuest in Walkabout Golf, it would be those 2 weeks. So hopefully we'll be able to arrange something. I'd like to do it. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. You know. All right, just scrolling through. Ta-da. Well, one of the things I expressed to my doctor and to my physical therapist, Biggie D, is that I do not want to stop running, and I do not want to be told that I need to stop running. So I need to manage this in a way that I don't further injure myself, but rather take the thing or do the things necessary to loosen that joint up. What's happened is, and the PT guy really did a great job explaining this to me. What's happened is that there's a little triangle shaped thing between in your pelvic area. You know, your hip bones come together, and then you have that triangle shape, and then there's bones around that triangle shape, and that joint is right there. And my joint has gotten askew. It's stuck. So, and that's what's causing me the annoying pain. It's not sharp. It's just dull, and it's always there. It's an ache, basically. So what he said is we need to do things to loosen that up, get that joint back to where it needs to be. And that's what we've been working on in our PT sessions, but he's also given me some exercises to do before my runs to loosen me up. So that's helping. But as I said, when I run, I feel better. I feel much better. Yesterday, excuse me, yesterday I actually had a long run. Sorry, I'm talking about all my physical fitness stuff. But the the I'd had my long run. I did 10 miles. I haven't been able to go over 10 miles since my marathon in September. So I can do 10. And yet during yesterday's 10, I actually alternated, every mile or so on how my foot landed. So, in the running community, we call that foot strikes. So it turns out I'm a predominant heel striker, which can cause injury. So I really focused yesterday on altering my heel strike into more of a mid strike or even a forefoot strike. So I actually felt better doing a forefoot strike, but the problem there is over time you get more exhausted doing that. And so we're figuring it out. We're doing the things. I was going to send my PT guy a couple of videos I took of me running if he could see anything obvious. I've already seen a couple of things, but anyway. If I have to stop running, there are other things I can do. I love doing weights. So I'll just focus on, weights. And maybe even if I can bike, I'll do cycling. Thumper Squid is here. Good to see you, Thumper Squid. Hector Ailman is here. Nice new name from Southern California. I imagine it's a lot warmer there than it is here. We got a couple of more inches of snow here added on to the snow that we already had. Usually at this time of year, we don't have any snow. It's just bare out there. And we usually don't have white Christmases either. This year we're going to have a white Christmas. So yeah, I agree. That's what I told my doctor. I said, my running is my therapy. So I do not want to be told that I can't do it anymore. Blue Flu 1042 is here. It's all in good fun. I mean, you guys know the Bears and the Packers have had a rivalry for decades, going back to the beginning, really. And so we Packer fans, we just with the Bears fans, and the Bears fans just with the Packer fans. We rib each other. It's just it's what happens. So Bears actually have a great team this year. So I mean, it's going to be a tough game. I don't anticipate this being easy for either team. It's going to be a hard fought game. So if I had to guess what the final score would be, I would say 21. No, I would say 24-21 Packers. That would be my guess. Y'all can come back later and rib me about it if I'm wrong, but that's my guess. It's going to be a hard game. B. Kirby says, go Bears. I appreciate all you Bears fans too. Mike Hawkhurst is here. Always good to see you, buddy. Let's see. Michael All Trades is here. Moat, good to see you. Always good to see you, my friend. One of these days we're gonna have to, maybe at the Midwest Gaming Classic if you go. I'd love to meet you. I haven't bought my tickets to the MGC yet, but I'm probably gonna go like that Saturday. Usually Saturday is the bigger day. Yeah, I'm aware. I see your alerts you send out through your channel on those sessions, and I would love to join you guys sometime. Yep, and there's his room name for those of you that want to join in on the golf. Prince Vinny has a question here. I did actually. Arcade knows this because I kind of told him when I picked up the Street Fighter. But I've had Time Crisis for almost 2 months now, so it's been sitting in the back here. I've held on to it. I didn't want to do build streams back to back, kind of mixing it up, putting other things in there. But I've had Time Crisis for a couple months, and I bought it. I actually don't even remember where I bought it. I think I bought it from, oh, here, I could tell you here in a second. Actually, I didn't fire up that browser session. Let's see. History. Lost all those web pages. Well, that sucks. One thing I like about Chrome is it remembers your browser tabs. Time Crisis. All right, I actually got Time Crisis back in October. October 16th is when I received it. Oh, I bought it straight from Arcade1Up. I bought Time Crisis straight from Arcade1Up for $700, $699.99. Because I knew it's a cab that I've always wanted, and I knew that the inventory was dwindling, or I suspected anyway that the inventory was dwindling, and I wanted to get it, so I grabbed it. So that's the story on Time Crisis. You know, people laugh when I tell them this. I'm not much of a swimmer. And the reason why they laugh is because I'm a sailor. Okay. I'm ex-Navy. I'm a Navy veteran. Well, you have to pass a certain swim test in boot camp. But after that, they don't give a shit. Okay. You're on your own. Ship sinks, they'll give you a flotation device. That's what the test is, really. It's being able to float. And so there's no regular swimming test in the Navy. So I'm not much of a swimmer. People ask me all the time, being physically active, if I ever do an Ironman or oh, what are they? See, it's escaping me, the term, where you got the swimming, the biking, and the running all in one event. If people ask me if I'm going to do one of those, no, because I don't swim, and I'd suck at the swimming part. So never say never, though. Connell is here. Good to see you. Definitely would be a lower impact workout. I have actually, those of you who've been with me a while know that I use Zwift for virtual training for running and for cycling. Now, I haven't biked in months, and I've been paying for a subscription to Zwift. Usually running in Zwift is free, but I've been paying them because I like to bike every once in a while. Well, I've got upstairs on a bike trainer. My bike is on there now, and it's in front of a TV. And so I usually do Zwifting in there. So I do like cycling. It's just, it doesn't fit in my schedule. So yes, it would. No, go right ahead. Go right ahead, Stock Jock. 52 to 52 to 3, the Bears. Hey, if that happens, man, I'll go live and I'll say B. Kirby was right, man. Listen, the Packers have some, I'm not justifying anything here. Actually, both the Bears and the Packers have some pretty significant injuries right now. So it could go either way, really. But that happens to every football team every year. If you go through the season without injuries, you're pretty damn lucky as a team. Yes, I'm sneaky that way. Yeah, I wanted it to be a surprise. So I guess you guys are surprised, eh? PD7 is here. Hey, PD7. Good to see you, man. Love your videos. Usually watch them either towards the end of my workouts in the morning or at work when I'm already at work. Everybody check PD7 out. Well, here's the reason, Prince Vinny, is because I'm up. And it turns out I was right. I was of the belief that it was getting low in stock, and I need, if I was going to pull the trigger on it, I needed to pull the trigger on it, and that's what I did. So, oh, also, I put it on a credit card that had a special financing deal, and I thought, well, if I'm going to do it now, I might as well take advantage of the deal, and I already got it paid off. So, yeah. That would be cool. Like if, what was that store? See, names are escaping me. Getting old sucks. Triathlon. Thank you, saving me. My brain is fried right now. All right, I'm all caught up in the chat. All right, I talked about what I'm going through right now. I have been, I have been. Let's see, what did I do this week in gaming? I did a lot of VR stuff. I downloaded all 3 new packs for Pinball FX VR. I think my favorite out of that so far is the Charlie Brown one, Charlie Brown Christmas. It's pretty awesome. I am disappointed that none of the characters were actually animated characters for the Charlie Brown Christmas. My gal said, "Why isn't Snoopy there? Snoopy should have been right beside the pinball table, just kind of gesturing or making noises, that kind of thing." The other tables are awesome. I do like the monster, the Godzilla and Kong tables. Those are pretty awesome. Ollie's, that's it, Mike Hockhurst. Thank you very much. We have an Ollie's now in West Bend, which is about 15 minutes away from me. So if Ollie's got more cabs, that'd be awesome. So I did that. I updated all my apps in VR, and I downloaded all the new courses. Well, actually, once you update Walkabout Golf, if you've bought the course, it's there, but the new course. So I did that. So I played a few things in VR, and then down here I've been playing a lot of virtual pinball. Right now I got South Park loaded on the Snoopy Peanuts pinball, and I've played a lot of Big Buck Hunter. Did a lot of that. One of these days I'll stream live one of my gameplay. I never do gameplay streams. I don't know. It was hard enough setting up for this build today. I had to move my Pong. You can see it over my shoulder here. I moved my Pong way back in the Star Wars corner there because I needed room to build this cabinet. And Time Crisis is a bigger cabinet, so I played a lot of Robotron because doesn't everybody? And oh, I've got more artwork in for Build-A-Cade. So I think next week we're going to be doing a Build-A-Cade build. Right now I'm leaning towards doing a track and field. That was one of the artwork pieces I bought. So count on next week being a track and field Build-A-Cade build. Okay. Sounds good. So if you guys aren't on Discord yet, why aren't you? It's I'm the worst Discord user. Stockjock knows that because he messages me all the time on there, and it takes me a while to respond because I don't have notifications turned on for Discord. So I pop into Discord now and then I see, oh shit, somebody messaged me, so I got to answer it. if you message me in Discord, don't be offended if I don't respond. It's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just that I don't get Discord notifications on my phone. So, but check them out. Check the Arcades Anonymous Discord. Cornercade is here. Welcome, Danny. Good to see you. I did see that, Hockey Town. I'm looking forward to it. He's also working on that horizontal monitor configuration with the parts and pieces. And I told him I'm interested in that. And apparently you have to get the parts printed yourself. I thought at some point he was going to actually put it up for sale on his website. I hope he does that, because I don't have a printer here, but he says there are people or services that'll print them for you. So we'll see. There's a couple of Build-A-Cades I'd like to convert to vertical monitors, Robotron being one of them. Actually, that's the only one right now. Well, yeah, that's one. I have another one that'll probably need the vertical monitor configuration. That would be Star Trek. So I don't like notifications. If people really need to get at me, they need to call me. That's my opinion. And half the time I don't answer. I just let it go to voicemail and see who it was, but I'm bad about that. All right, we're all caught up. But that was my weekend gaming. I did spend some time down here, mostly on my work from home days. So that's one of the nice things about working from home. You can come down in the morning, fire up the arcade, play a couple games, go upstairs, do your work. On your breaks, come back down here, fire up, so it's like my own little break room at home. If I could work from home all the time, I would. But it's not like that. Anyway, but I got, like, as I said, I have 2 weeks straight off coming up. So looking forward to that, and maybe spending some more time with you guys. Street Fighter is doing good. I did mention at the beginning of the stream, though, that I did move it to the other side of the room. While I'm talking about that, let's see. Let's bring up the multi-camera view. You can't really, well, you can see it in the lower left picture there. Street Fighter is now on the other side of the middle row. I put her there because I wanted to open up the space in front for Time Crisis, because I don't have any place against the wall to put Time Crisis right now. So Street Fighter's doing great. I actually played a little bit of that this week as well. I still suck at it, but I love the game, and I love the artwork on this cabinet. So thank you, Danny, once again for letting me buy your cabinet. Well, I don't want to go that far, because the Packer game is coming up. By the way, Danny, what's your take on the Packers-Bears game? What's the score going to be? I'd love to know. Let me know. All right. So as I said, let's get right into the build, because, as Zero says, it's probably a pain in the butt. So. Oh, all right. This is going to be a little awkward, folks, because it's going to be awkward because I have very little room to work here, but we're going to make the best of it. Okay, so bear with me. 17-10 Bears. That's Cornercade's prediction. All right, I'm writing that down. All right. So B Kirby says 52-3. I say 24-21 Packers. Danny says 17-10 Bears. All right. Okay. I've got it written down. We'll see who is closest. I was telling him earlier, Danny, I was going to wear my Bears jersey. I can't find it. It's in a tote somewhere, probably. So I got to look for that after the stream. All right, let's get right to it. Yeah, that's what I did. I laughed. But hey, it's all in good fun. Biggie D says 21-7 Bears. All right, I'm writing that down. All right. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to turn on the house lights. Again, it's really awkward here. Oh, my back. I really debated whether or not I was going to do this today because the way my back's been. I have good days and I have bad days. Today's a bad day, so the back is acting up. That's one of the reasons I'm standing up. I'm really glad I got this desk, by the way. It's awesome. I'm buying another one. I'm going to get one for my home office upstairs because I can't sit down for long periods of time. I have to get up. Uh-oh. Am I going to have mic problems today? There we go. Pressing the wrong button. There we go. All right. Testing 2, 3. Let's switch mics here. Cut over to testing 1, 2, 3. All right. So we're done with that mic. All right. Let's pick a camera view here. So I definitely want the cell phone and camera 2. No. Well, if I move camera 2, I guess that would be okay. I actually don't have a scene. Uh, I don't think I did Israel to answer your question. I don't think I saw your cabinet. Don't have a scene here. All right, let's add one real quick. Cell phone plus cam 2. Let's see, video capture device. Add existing cam 2. Add a device. Video capture device. Cam, let's. I did cam 2. Where is? Oh. What is that? That is. Bear with me. Okay, now I'm just trying to find the NDI source here. There it is, right there, where it says NDI source. All right. There we go. Does anybody know if G.I. Joe is sold out on his latest round of cabinets? Because I'm kind of thinking about getting another one and turning it into a Popeye. So let me know. Guys, I'm going to mute myself real quick and go upstairs. I did not bring my tablet down, so I'm going to go grab that real quick. So talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Oh, Biggie D, I don't know if I don't wade into that battle. For me, though, I mean, well, it's hard. I haven't seen the G.I. Joe cabinet yet, although I've seen videos and I love what I've seen so far. And obviously, we haven't seen the FU yet. For me, it's something that I've had hands-on with. So the product for me of the year would be the X Arcade and the MetaQuest together, Pinball FX VR. Now I know in his Michael B stream the other day, he kind of separated the Pinball FX VR from the X Arcade, but I think those things together, that's product of the year. Hope that makes sense. Cornercade, I'm going to take my time with this. You do what you need to do. All right. All I care about is being done by 3:30 when the game comes on. So I'm just going to set up there and let's get to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop open this box. Now, it being very tight in here, I got to be careful because I don't want to bump the camera and I don't want to screw up the lights. You all know what it's like opening one of these up for the first time. Hey, Danny, how before you leave, how much snow did you get? Did you get a lot of snow? All right. I know the southern folks were supposed to get hit harder than we did. We only got a couple more inches. Here we go. We got all our documentation there. We got filler cardboard, gel. We don't need that. Box is packed a little different. So we got that box. And another filler. So there's no other boxes down here on the end. Oh my God, this is one big honking piece right here. One big honking box. Here's where the back goes, fuck you. Use my language. Oh my God, this son of a bitch is heavy. This is a, bigger cab. There goes my tablet. It's not a quarter deck arcade stream unless he drops something. Cornercade, regarding your question, I could send you a link to what I buy. It's a powered USB hub. I have two of them actually that I just recently bought. So there it is. It's on Amazon. But it has both high-powered ports and I got to get the orientation right here. It has both high-powered ports and it has they're blue and red ports. So the red ports you want to avoid. Those are high-speed charging ports. You don't want to use those for your Build-A-Cade or your numbskull arcades. The blue ports are fine. So I bought a couple more because I have a couple more projects in mind. I still have my Pac-Man neon LEDs that I still have to rehang. And all right, so looking like there's 3 boxes here, plus the side panels. Now, there was a bit of damage to the box. I'm looking for my contractor bags. There they are. Gotta have something to put the garbage in. Guys, I had to fire up the space heater today. It was chilly in here, not gonna lie. Basements in Wisconsin, man, that's what it is. now up to 6 with the space heater. It's up to 63 degrees here. All right, contractor bag. Let's get the side panel. Boy, these are big, big side panels. Ooh-wee. All right, so basically 3 boxes and the side panel package. That's all that's in the box. Now, one thing I was concerned about was some box damage, but just looking at the side that the side panels were on, no damage on that side. The damage was on the other side. You're always lucky when that happens. We know these things are prone. If the side panel, because they put the side panels on the side of the box, that side is vulnerable if it gets damaged in shipment. We've all been there. We've all experienced it. I experienced it with the Burger Time. That was so sad. I really love that cabinet. You have to be careful. All right. All right, let's get the Time Crisis box out of the way. Let's see, I don't have room to walk. There we go. Okay. Bear with me, folks. Just moving things around. It's getting tough to move around in here. All right, let's open up these boxes now, get everything out of the packaging. And I was supposed to do this from the other side. All right. get this bad boy open. What do we got here? All right, these are the guns. Better be careful because I don't want the stream to get shut down. Pedals. Coin door. So the coin door and the pedals are packaged together. And then the parts package. Gonna throw boxes over in 1/6 scale corner. Gonna open these as I go. I forgot to bring my tablet back over. Can't see what you guys are saying. Oh, careful not to hit myself here. I've heard many people say that Point Blank is the game that they like the best out of all of them. All right, so we got our pedal. Feels like a pretty solid spring pedal. Standard Arcade1Up coin door, and we're not going to worry about lighting the coin door today. Those are like winter projects. And I have a lot of small little arcade projects that I need to get done. I want to try and put a review video together of kicks or elevator action. I still have those in the box. I haven't opened them up yet. So oh, I love that feedback. Nice. Mortal Kombat is still on my radar. Danny, I am still aware that you have that out there for sale, but I don't know if I want to. I do love the feedback on these. It's pretty cool. I haven't seen a B-Kong video in so long. If he did that, that's pretty cool. I think this is one of the prettier cabinets that Arcade1Up has made, as is. Cornercade says I won't love the feedback 20 minutes into the game. Well, yeah. I suppose there's that. All right, let's get our parts arranged here. Got my headlamp like I always do. We got screw cap covers. That's obviously for the end. We don't care about wall brackets. This is power. Got this little bag here. Why is it double folded? Our power. Here's all of our other parts. Spare parts. Wow, there are a lot of B screws. Wow. This bag, this B screw bag, this is the most I've ever seen in B screws for an Arcade1Up. All right, set these aside, not going to use them. I'll set the power aside. That comes at the end. We've got our J blocks here for to support the control panel within the cabinet. It's interesting as you get used to building Arcade1Ups or similar cabinets, you recognize the parts and what they're for almost immediately. Now I expect this one to be a little different because it's a different cab. So we got our two J panel, our boards, and then we have an empty box that goes in the empty box area. Let's take our parts here and set them aside. Hockey Town, I have, and I'm interested in those. You're talking about the mirror blades. Yes, I have seen those, and I'm interested in getting them. I just haven't spent any time on it lately. So it's a mod I'm definitely interested in doing. All right, second box. Part of me wanted to have this already unboxed and ready to go, but time did not allow that. I'm saving the heaviest and biggest box for last. Okay, what do we have here? We've got boards. We've got 2 Ks and an L. Here's an N. It just appears to be a piece of cardboard, but no, there's something in there. It's an angled piece here. Let's carefully this is new. Never seen this on an Arcade1Up, but it's a piece. I've never watched a Time Crisis build, so I don't know how this is going to go. Okay, Hockey Town, that's good to know. I will check into getting them. All right, this is the B panel. I need to look over at the camera on the laptop so I know I'm angling this correctly. Yeah, I've not really watched. I haven't had time to really watch anything RTX, but I do subscribe to him, and I have seen some of his postings. But I haven't had time to actually watch. I feel bad about that. There's a lot of content creators out there I should be watching. I just don't have time for it. Time for it all. Okay. Moving on. What else is in this box? The control panel. That's the only other thing. All right. Guys, my back is really bothering me right now with all this angling and moving around. Need to be careful. So here's our control panel. Got a deck protector on it that obviously has a coated protection on it, so we'll need to take that off and remove it. So on the control panel, we've got our two slots, the connectors for the guns, and then we've got player 1, player 2 start, live button, on, off, and volume. Running out of room. I'm not seeing a chiropractic yet, Zero. Right now, I've got my primary doc involved, and I've got I'm going to physical therapy. I'm seeing a PT specialist, so that's all it's gone to. Now, if they say I need to go for a chiropractic adjustment, then I will. But right now, we're just trying to do some things to loosen up that joint that I discussed earlier. It sucks that I have to do PT because obviously now I got to fit something else in my busy schedule. So my appointment tomorrow is like, it takes me an hour to get from downtown Milwaukee to my area where I live. And so they wanted to do 3 appointments a week. And this week, in order to fit 3 in, 2 of them I can do on my work from home days. The third one is tomorrow after work. So I got to beat feet back here to Hartford in order to make that 5:30 PT appointment. All right, this is the big box. I'm going to assume the monitor is in here somewhere. I got to slide it out here. This might not be the best idea, but we'll see. Again, guys, if you haven't supported Steve Sale already, I realize the QR code disappeared. But if you, the link is in the description of this stream, and I dropped it in the chat a little earlier. So if you have some coin to throw at Steve Sale, Steve Sale's GoFundMe, please do so. All right, we got a few things here. We need to cut some tape. Got several panels here. Wow. A lot in here. We got our lower panels for the actual machine. Here's our audio. Here's our monitor. I'll set that behind me. Lots of different parts and pieces here. Little plate that describes the different actions in the game, instructions. Then we have our D2 and our E2 panels. Really nothing on it, it's just colored orange or red or whatever that color is. Red, orange. All right, that was the big panel, or the big box. We've opened all the boxes. Try to keep everything as clean as possible as I'm building. Okay. Let's shrink wrap everything. Nice pretty color yellow. I do love that. Guys, I'm like Cornercade, you know, when he gets to his streams and he hasn't eaten yet. I have not eaten yet. All I've had is a protein bar. I'm starving. I may be an angry animal after towards the end of this build, especially if this build doesn't go the way I want it. So this is an N1 panel. One thing I really hope that Pinball FX VR does soon is maybe you guys can answer in the chat because I'm not aware if Pinball FX VR has multiplayer in the works, if they're actually going to be, and I know that I think they asked for beta testers soon, or was that somebody else? That might have been a different company that asked for beta testers, but I really would love it if they do the multiplayer. Some of you might be chuckling because I'm never in VR, never doing multiplayer, like things like Walkabout Golf, but I'm trying to rectify that. Well, you guys know it takes a while to unbox all this stuff. G panel looks way different than what we're used to. I kind of agree with you, Thorcade. I mean, the attention to detail that Quarter Arcade puts into their product is pretty awesome. Well, this looks like the marquee backlight. Yep, there's the cable there. Running out of room just to lay parts and pieces. All right, Danny, have a good time. Let's be real, though. You're just going to IKEA to find something to build because you miss building Arcade1Up. Am I Israel? Well, that's one of the reasons you guys know why I like to do these live in real time. You can see my frustration or my delight. Are you saying I'm going to be more frustrated? We shall see, eh? Joel informs me that, well, he was working on it when he went on his 10-day vacation. So I expect mine will be shipped out soon. Again, I told him, whenever I get it, I get it. I told him actually to hold on, not to rush mine out before he went on vacation. Just go on vacation, relax, have a good time. Get it to me when you get it. So try not to put any pressure on him. This is interesting. What is this? In this little box here. More side panel pieces. This is interesting. Boy, what did the designers come up with here? So these are angled pieces that look to be side panel extensions. That's a pretty color. Well, Danny's like me. He wants to get to IKEA and get back before the Bear game. So, what'd be cool? We should probably do this sometime. One of these rivalry games come up. Now, obviously, we can't restream NFL content, but we should do like a live stream of all of us watching the game. Might be fun. These are interesting pieces. You guys, I did not get in on the Wonderland pinball. You talk about tough builds. I did watch some of that build video for the Wonderland pinball, and I'm like, oh my gosh, if I did this on live stream, I'd probably go ape shit. I'm not putting it down. Maybe it's a good product, a great product. I'll be honest, I wasn't impressed when I saw the demo version at Pinball Expo, but I saw the one that was bad. So why they brought that, I have no idea. The Pinball Expo, they had two machines there, one that was a later build in a later firmware code, and one that wasn't. And the one that the gal and I had experience with was the bad one, and I'm like, oh my god. So other folks, I think Biggie D was one of them, got hands-on the good one, and that one was better. But just watching that build, I'm like, oh, this would be like a 5-hour video, I think. All right. So all we got to do is unbox the side panel. I really don't have any room. I'm going to move this table out a little bit. I think I'll still be in camera view here. Yeah. So let's get these pieces off. Try to lay them logically. Of course, I don't know. I have no idea where these pieces are going to go. But I should have told Danny to have a IKEA hot dog on. I'm hungry. Should have brought my pretzels down here, but you guys don't want to hear me crunch on stream. All right. Now I'm going to unbox or unwrap the side panels. Oh, these are gorgeous. I do like them. So we've got our, obviously we've got our back panels. You've all seen those. No need to show them on camera. All right, let's get these last remaining pieces out of their plastic and then we'll get to the build. And as you guys know, I do not use a power drill. I don't recommend using a power drill. If you're comfortable with your tool and you think it works well for you, you do you. But I do not recommend power tools on these cabinets. So here's the kick plate. Coin door will go there. Speaking of coin doors, there's a guy selling a Killer Instinct in Green Bay. I'm sure Cornercade has seen this. There's a guy selling a Killer Instinct for I think $400. But the one thing I noticed, and he doesn't mention in his posting, is that it's missing the coin door. You can see the kick plate. It has all the dots for the holes for the coin door. The coin door is not in the picture. Why would you build a Killer Instinct with no coin door? I'm just blown away by that. So I was thinking about, because I'm interested in getting the Killer Instinct back in my arcade, but I was thinking about reaching out to him and asking him about where the coin door is. But here's the kick plate for Time Crisis. It's gorgeous. I love the colors on this. Everything I've seen, every video I've seen on Time Crisis, every post, I've loved the look of Time Crisis, and I've always wanted the cab. I've been waiting for a deal. Deal never came. We're talking Spreetail, so. And by the way, I hope some of you got a hold of the latest deal from Arcade Insiders on the latest Arcade Insiders for the Street Fighter. They only had like 12 cabinets left, and look, it sounds like they cleared them out at $399. So, which is basically what Cornercade sold me his for, and his is modded. So. And here is the one of the Time Crisis side panels. I'll try to hold it up here so you all can see it. It's just beautiful. I love the artwork on this cabinet. It's gorgeous. Set it there. Actually, that's probably not good. That might be true. 0. Just to be honest, with the community, though, I do not have any other cabinets in hiding. You know, I told you I had Time Crisis for like 2 months now. Just haven't built it. Well, there are no other cabinets behind this right now. So just to let you know, I do not have a Russell Fest in the back waiting to be built. So I have the only Basic Fun products I've bought are the 2 countercades that I bought. All right. Took us a while to unbox all this stuff. Time Crisis is a different cabinet. I think you all know that. It's a bigger cabinet, a taller cabinet. And the other side panel is basically identical to the other one, just reversed. I'll hold it up there, though, just so you get to see it. I'm going to move these over here. All right. Yeah, that's one of the things that drew me to it, Prince Vinny. All right, let's open up the documentation like everybody reads. Time Crisis is definitely a non-standard cabinet, so while many of the fittings are probably the same between cabinets, there's obviously going to be a lot of differences. All right. There's our instructions. Live documentation. Different languages. Screw you. Into the garbage. Different languages again. I do not save documentation that I don't need. Owner's manual, I keep that. Warranty, I really don't care about. Because we all know the warranty expires like with what? 3 months? 6 months? We got a little power documentation, yeah. And a little brochure here for Arcade1Up. Talking about the companion app. So we don't need those. All right. Are you guys ready? You've all seen me do the unboxing here for an hour. Let's get to it, eh? So we need B1, B2, and B3. Now, given all the pieces that we have, here's B3. Here's B1. That's the G panel. Here's B2. All right. So we have B1, B2, and B3. Just trying to get the orientation correct. I need my water. Ugh. I just got a notification, and Michael B., the Game Genie, is going live in 30 minutes for part 2 of his stream. If you folks want to jump on over to his stream. Oh, that hits the spot. I normally like to mute when I take drinks. But by God, you got to do what you got to do, right? All right, we need dowels. That's A. So we're going to open up our A part. Oh. getting the orientation correct here. We have B1. All right, and so we've got dowels in the side. Stock Jock, you ask that every time I do a build, dude. No, I'm not going backwards. There's a little thing called rewind. Rewind the video and you can see it all. I know you know that. I'm just playing with you. You're a good dude, Stock Jock. Hilarious. Okay, so and then B2 has dowels on 2 dowels on either end. All right. Okay. Let's slide these. So this is the marquee assembly that we're working on here. All right. And B2. Now, the only thing I'm not sure about is the proper orientation for B2. Well, it's not very well illustrated. All right, just looking ahead in some of the pages of the documentation, it kind of gives me an idea. All right, so it goes like this. Got it. Okay. Why does that bother me? It's got to be the way it goes. Guys, I don't know. I'm like, it's the B2 part, they don't have, it's not very well illustrated, but I think it goes this way. The thing that's throwing me off is the yellow strip. It's on both sides, so I guess it's not a big deal. We're going to go with this direction. Let's move on to step 2. So step 1 is putting these 3 pieces together. Step 2 is to actually start putting side panels on, D3, side panel D3. So let's find D3. There's D3. You guys are a bunch of jokesters. So D3 goes on the side of this assembly. And we're going to need B screws. Out of this massive B screw. A lot of B screws this time around with this cabinet. And of course, here's my ratcheting screwdriver, my Milwaukee tool ratcheting screwdriver. I tighten, but not over tighten because I don't want the thing the screw to sink in. That's one of the reasons I don't use the power drill. I'm so used to starting with the G panel first. All right, so we have 3 more screws. These are, this screw hole is like way down at the bottom. It'll be kind of awkward. And be careful that you don't do what I just did and dig the screwdriver into the side panel, which fortunately didn't leave a mark. So. All right, D3 is in. Yoo-hoo, we got some screws done. One of the things that it talks about is loosening up the wire, undoing the wire because the wire gets fed through this hole in the B3 panel. And I'm going to assume so that it could reach the PCB properly. So that's a different move. This whole assembly is a different move for Arcade1Up. So I did a Ridge Racer build, and that one was different. Maybe it was similar to this. So what I essentially did is fed this wire through this hole and let it dangle. Okay. So that was step 2, putting the D3 panel on. Now, step 3 is to put the marquee assembly in. So we're going to lay, be careful when you pick this up so you don't rip one of the panels off of the dowels. So we're going to lay this on, and it wants us to peel, remove protective film on the marquee. What did I do with it? I set it over here somewhere. There it is. It's still, oh, we left that shrink wrap or in the plastic wrap. Get that out. Are there it looks like there might be protective film on both sides. Is that the case? Guys who've built the Time Crisis, let me know in the chat right away if there's protective film on both sides. It kind of looks like there is already. So do I need to peel from both sides? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. That's a beautiful marquee. Just, looking at the print. That is so gorgeous. Just look at that artwork there. That is so nice. Now, I'm going to go see if there's a... It doesn't look like I have anything to pick at here. Cornercade, is there protective film on the back of the marquee that I need to strip or no? I don't want to pick at this too much. Banding on the art. I don't. On the back side, I kind of do. Again, I need the chat to help me out. Do I need to keep picking at the back side of this marquee to see if there's a protective film? It kind of looks like there is, but I don't want to. I don't want to pick at it if there's nothing there. All right. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate it. All right, so we're going to put this in. Trying to get an orientation here. Okay. Okay, Stock Chalk, thank you. I don't want to pick at it because if I pick at it, I'm probably going to wind up picking some of the artwork off. So use my drinking. All right, so that's so the other part of step 3 is to put the E3 panel on. So here we go, E3. I'm missing dowels. I did not put dowels in this one. Well, actually, there's no dowel. Yeah, there's no dowels on the side there. All right. Okay. There we go. Okay. We need some more B screws. Cab buses, welcome. Welcome. One of the reasons I do these live is so you people that have never built these can go back and see just how long it actually took. Sometimes these streams could go on for 4 hours. Sometimes they go really quick. If it's a standard Arcade1Up build, this is not a standard Arcade1Up build. So I envision this stream going longer than normal, which is fine. I got nowhere to be until 3:30 when the Packer game comes on. So my gal won't be home until like 2. She's working. And then she goes to the gym afterwards. We're both gym rats. So I got the place all to myself. The only thing I may have to do if this goes too long is I may have to check on my dog. Those of you that follow my regular Facebook page probably know that my dog has had some issues, and so I have to make sure she goes out frequently. I don't want to go upstairs to a piled mess. So I may have to step away for a brief moment, intermission, if you will. We'll see how long this stream goes. We only got 2 inches of snow last night, but it was enough to be annoying, and I had to go out and shovel before I went to the gym. All right, so that's the end of step 3. We've got the E3 panel on. Okay, we could probably set this aside. But there is the Time Crisis marquee assembly. Cab buses, for your benefit, this is not a standard Arcade1Up build, okay? Most Arcade1Up builds, the marquee is a part of the entire upper cabinet build. This is different because it's a much bigger cabinet. Well, I wouldn't say much. It's taller. So the marquee is bigger as well. So just make a note of that. Time Crisis is one of the more complicated builds that Arcade1Up has done. So we're going to set that piece aside. And then we're going to move to step 4, where we're working with N1, N2, and N3. So let's find those pieces. Here's N3, N1, and N2. All right. Yes, guys, you guys know I'm an ex-sailor. Well, actually, you could take the sailor out of the Navy, but you can never take the Navy out of the sailor. I will say swear words, especially if things don't go right. So that's just the way it is. You get what you pay for, right? So we're doing dowels in N1. Again, you have to be careful too. It can be confusing, but if you, where it's telling you to put the dowels, you don't want to put the dowels in the holes that are intended for screws. You could tell those by the screw adjustment. They're kind of like cam locks on the inside here. You don't want to put dowels in those holes. Only in the holes that do not have the flat screwdriver cam locks in them. N2. All right, so we have the angled piece towards the bottom and the dowels. So again, put the dowels in the holes that don't have the screwed cam lock. I call them screw cam locks. I'm sure they're referred to as something else. Then we have N3, which doesn't appear to have any orientation. Well, yeah, you kind of tell because the screws are on top. So I always try to follow the documentation, because especially when it comes to orientation of stuff. Bitten me a couple of times in previous builds. All right. So it also wants us to, so we're going to use these pieces to attach the section in which the J panels or the J boards will be installed. So let's do that first. So we're going to be working with D4 and E4. This is interesting. This is totally different than a standard Arcade1Up. So that's why we're following the documentation closely. So I'm gonna attach the J panels first. And again, this is going to be hard because you have to be careful because this has bitten me once or twice, usually in the earlier builds of my Arcade1Up experience. But these two top holes here on the J boards, that's where your control panel is going to screw into. What I've done in the past is I've gotten it upside down and I had no screw holes available for me to put the control panel in. So I've had to, take off the J board again and reverse it. So you need to pay particular attention to the orientation that it's shown in the documentation. So let's look at D4 first, because that's the step we're on. We're on step 4. I'm going to orient the board just like it's pictured in the documentation. And I'm looking at the diagram, and the two holes where the control panel is going to be attached are on this side. So we need D screws for this. So let's get out our D packet. And we'll need three for each piece. And I kind of like to shove the screw in and then guide it into the hole. There's a lot of dust that just came off there, but And hopefully I've got it lined up properly. I do. And I will blast through it. Just a little bit more tight. All right, so we've got that J board in. Now I'm gonna take a step back and go to step 5 and attach the other J panel. So let's get that oriented. Again, I've lined it up kind of like the documentation has it, and it indicates that the 2 top holes, screw holes, are going to be on this side of E4. So let's get the other 3 D screws. And again, I like to guide the screw in the middle hole first on these and just kind of guide it into the middle hole. The last of these screws in. Again, if I didn't stream this, if I wasn't on stream doing this, how long would it, for those of you who've never built these before, if it would probably take me a couple hours, especially for a cabinet like this. Most Arcade1Ups, I've been able to get down to like an hour to hour and a half. But it's been a long time since I just built an Arcade1Up cabinet and not streamed it. So if you look through my library on YouTube, on my channel, you'll see some of my first builds. I always did sped up video, hyperlapse videos of my build. Those were my earlier builds. And it's just set to music. I don't talk during them. So that's how I documented my builds back in the early days before I streamed. Thank you for the Kia update there, Cornercade. Eat a hot dog for me, will you? All right, let's go back to step 4. So it wants us to attach D4. This will be interesting. So we're going to take D4, and then we're going to take N3. And again, looking at orientation, the cam lock screws are on the inside, are facing you when you do this. So that board goes there. Let's do N2 first. Looks like they want the ridge there. I hope that's correct. Looks like the squared edge is there and the uneven edge like so. Hopefully I've gotten that right. We'll find out. Let's put N3 in and N1. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Why is the colored? Oh boy, this is going to be confusing as heck. So we got D4 in. See, the way I look at it, oh, that makes no sense. Bear with me, I'm trying to figure this out. That doesn't make any sense. Two upper holes. Oh. What am I doing wrong here, guys? It's got this screw lining up here. But that puts the board. All right, we're going to go with that. I don't know if that's correct or not. All right, that makes no sense to me, but oh well, it is what it is. So let's put N3 back in. Okay, so that's step 4 essentially. Step 5 is to put the other side on, E4. And then lining it all up. This is where it's going to get tough. Lining cabinet sides is the toughest part of building an Arcade1Up, I think, really. Hi, Soshi. Good to see you. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 Time Crises still left out there, but I know they're getting low in inventory. So just be mindful of that. And it's a different build, so I'm going slow. I also trust me. I like that Pac-Man neon, but I have enough Pac-Man in here already. I don't need another one. I would love though, because I do have blacklight in this arcade. I would love to get it for that reason alone. So here I use a light to kind of guide me. All right, so we need a B screw. It's always good to see new names in the stream. So Soshi, welcome. Thanks for watching. I do appreciate it. However long you're in this stream, I do appreciate you joining. It's kind of interesting that this panel juts out a little bit. I'm a little concerned about that. Again, I don't use power tools, not on these, because there's always a fear that if you don't have your drill settings correct, your torque settings, you could drill the screw right on through the board, and that's bad. I did that once. I believe it was in my first or second Arcade1Up build, and yeah, it's not good. All right, that completes step 5. It does not have us put the screws in D4, which is interesting. I'm going to hold off on that. Well, do I want to hold off on that? Well, maybe I'll put them in anyway. See, that's why. It's going to fall apart on you if you try to set it aside. So let's do the opposite of step 5 and go back to D4 and put the screws in. It's not in the documentation, folks, to do this. I'm doing it for my own peace of mind, to hold this stuff together until I'm ready to put it into place. Now, there's probably maybe there's a logical reason why they did not have you do this step. We'll find out. Yeah, Target's in store only has the class of 81. I believe they had the they might have had a second one there. Oh, nice, 0. So Spreetail has 10 time crises, but for parts. When Spreetail returns back up, they have a specific set of criteria, and I listened to this on Arcade Insiders. Kevin explained that they list them for parts or open box or I forget the other one. I think there was a third one. But if it's listed for parts, that's all they're guaranteeing is the parts. You can use it for parts. So if you get lucky and you get one that has all the parts and puts together real nice, then great. That's kind of how I treated a place near me, a warehouse near me called Synergy. I hope I'm doing this right. You guys are going to find out with me. All right. So E4 is in. Now we get to step 6, and it's basically having us dial up. So we're going to set this piece aside. I'm not entirely sure. Well, this obviously is the control panel assembly because your control panel is going to sit right here. So let's set this control panel assembly aside, and let's start getting all of our pieces. And let's see. We want M. That's the audio. Here's M. We want P1. That's this piece. We need our P panel right here. Then our 2Ks. These are all kind of like support pieces. There we go. So we've got our 2Ks. And then we've got an L. L is where the back panel screws into. I can tell that already. And we have N, and then there's an O panel. It's right here. O is our instructions panel. All right, so we need dowels. We need lots and lots of dowels. Hey, Gamer Fridge, good to see you, buddy. All right. So the Ks have 2 dowels on either end. We're doweling up here. I'm going to turn this light off. I don't need it right now. Gamer Fridge, we're building the Time Crisis. E panel has 1 dowel, and that's in the only hole that's not got a I can't speak. Cam lock. E1 has 1 on either side. M has 2. Thanks, Gamer Fridge. I appreciate that, man. Again, part of the reason why I do what I do is leaving something behind for my relatives to watch. Let's say I get hit by a bus tomorrow, God forbid. One of the reasons I kind of do this is to leave something behind of me. So my daughter can come back and look at it, and she can laugh when things go wrong, and she can clap when things go right. So the O panel, I don't do this for clicks. I don't think I'll ever be monetized. It takes a long time to get that to happen, for some folks that don't put content together really well, and I count myself among those. So I don't anticipate getting monetized at all. Let's see, N has 2 dowels on either side. So today, though, you know, if you're going to give money, if I were monetized, I would take all of the super chat money and I would just give it to Steve Sale, donate it to his GoFundMe. So again, folks, uh, if uh, if you have some coin available and you would like to donate to Steve Sale's Smile Restoration GoFundMe, please do so. Link is in the description of this stream. All right, so we're dialed up. Oh man, might have to get a water refill. All right, that was step 6. That was solely dialing up. So we're gonna stack these, get them out of the way, because we're going into the main cabinet build now. All right, so we're here's, you know, it's interesting because the G panel doesn't become involved in the picture until step 7, whereas in most Arcade1Up builds, the G panel is the first panel you grab to start building the base. So let's get the G panel right behind me. G panel is a little different in Time Crisis. There's a space here. I'm guessing that's for the pedal that you can drop it into. Usually the G panel is just one big square. And you got your little ridge here for the back panel. So we need 2 dowels on either side of the G panel. Again, in the holes that are not cam locked where the screws go. This Game of Fridge, you're right. This does seem to be a grind of a build. So I'm just kind of really taking my time with it, not trying to rush through it. We need panel D2, which is the base lower panel. I did not shrink wrap these either. That's E2. This has got to be D2. Yep. So let's take it out of the shrink wrap. Shrink wrap. It's not shrink wrap. It's plastic wrap. Get your terminology right. All right. So this is all. This is all D2 is, and E2 is just like this as well. Just a vinyl colored side. All right. So we're going to attach D2. And again, orientation is important here. This is obviously the front of the cabinet. I'm going to make sure I get the orientation correct. This is where your mind really comes into play here. Jasper Jones is here. Welcome. Thank you for joining the stream. Appreciate it. I'm trying to get my orientation correct here. So this has got to be the front because this is where the kick plate's going to go. So I'm going with this. We're going with this. Yep, and then the back would be where the you kind of think about the orientation in your head. I will tell you, Jasper Jones, that for me, it's about the look of the cabinet more than the number of games. And it's different for different people. Me being quite nostalgic about these games, I'll put it this way: if they came out with an X or not an XL, but if they came out with a Centipede that was correct, had the correct monitor in it, oriented, and I wouldn't care if it just had Centipede and Millipede, because the artwork on the cabinet would be right, the monitor orientation would be right, as long as it had the marquee game correct. That's pretty much all I care about. That's just me. You know, others care more about the games, and that's okay. We all bring something different to this hobby, and that's okay. Just want to make sure I have these tight. I'm not going to lie, my back is killing me right now. All right, so we need to put, we have D2 here. We need our P1 and our P panel. Now the P panel is different for different builds, but in the deluxe line of cabinets, the P panel goes in a little differently. Of course, I stacked the P ones. Here's our P panel. And then here's P1. All right, so now it's telling us the ridges on the P1 panel. And I typically put the labels on the inside. But let's see let's see how this lines us up. Yes. Okay, so the important thing about these P panels, P1 and P, is that this is going to be used to tie the bottom and the top parts of the cabinet together. So part of this board is going to extend beyond this board. So your dowel hole, and then you have a screw hole here. So what we need to do is grab a B screw. I'm just going to bring the B screws over here so they're easier to reach. And let's put so the point is that when you join both sections of the cabinet together, and that's going to be tricky in my tight, limited space here, that the top part slides over this part, and then you screw you put another screw in this hole, the second hole, and that's how the cabinet holds together, other than the metal brackets that we will also use towards the end. So let's put the P panel in. Same method. I try to put the labels on the inside of the cabinet. It's just me. You do you, because it's going to be covered up by the external part of the cabinet. In this case, it will be covered up by the back panel. So you're not going to see the label anyway. And you could just take the label off. I don't take the labels off. All right, so the P panels are in. I think they do have a Time Crisis mod. I will leave it stocked for a while, and then maybe next year sometime I might go for a Buy Stuff Store. Buy Stuff Store is great. I love their product. I was just thinking, I haven't bought anything in a while. I'm thinking about, and as much as I hate to do it, I'm thinking about actually modding my Star Wars with a Buy Stuff Star Wars box. So they're coming out with that soon. All right, step 7 is done. We've done the P1 and P2 panels. We've attached G to D2. All right, now it wants us to attach E2, but first it also wants us to do the kick plate, attach the coin door to the kick plate. So let's do that. Let's get these parts out of the way. Go ahead. Oh. All right, so we need the kick plate. There we have. And be careful with these. And we need our coin door. It's over here somewhere. There it is. And these, your coin door only goes one way. It only fits one way too. So we're going to fit the coin door in, turn it over and lay it on the coin door. So our screw holes are in place there. And then we need our J and K parts packages. All right. Basically, they're the screws and the cover for the coin door ends so that we get the screw in. And this is on all of the deluxes. This is how the coin door is done. Not all of them. Some of them have lit coin doors too. So you want to put one of these covers on each screw hole. Now we do it on time. Let's see. It's 12:29. We got 3 hours before the Packer game. I should be done by then. I hope I am. It'd be pretty sad if I wasn't. My gal would come down here after she gets off work and back from the gym, and you're still doing that? Yeah. That way you will never see her on screen. She's camera shy. She knows why I do what I do, appreciates the reason why I do it. So that's all I care about. Well, she understands. She's she laughs every time I tell her I bought another Arcade1Up cabinet. If you have a woman that does that, you're gold. She appreciates my hobby, knows it gives me happiness. Hold on to those gals tight if you have one. Eventually, we'll do a mod to this to put a lit coin door in. So we'll be drilling holes here for the coin door LEDs. But we're not doing that today. We're just going stock today. Now, some of you would say, well, now's the time to do it since you have it apart. Well, no. I really just want to get the stock build done. This screw is loose. That scares me. It happens sometimes in Arcade1Up builds. They gave me an extra screw and an extra cover. Why that is, I don't know. Spare parts, I guess. Okay, Hockey Town, thank you for that. I actually like Jasper. I do like the bowling on Golden Tee as well. I also play Simpsons bowling. I know it's very easy and simple. It's an easy game to get a 300 on, but I just like the characters, and thank you, BMCA. That is correct. We will just do it. I may do it on a live stream. Stock Jock was gracious enough. I don't know if Stock Jock is still here. He probably isn't, but he sent me a bunch of wires from, I believe he gets them from DIY Retro. And I haven't yet done a mod, a coin door mod. I've done one, but that was a Retro 530 coin door, lit coin door that I bought from my Tempest. All right, so our kick plate is complete. Our coin door is mounted. Looks good. Let's move on. So it wants us to start fitting the panel in place. So I'm going to orient this towards the camera so you guys can see. This is obviously the bottom. What's interesting is the bottom doesn't have feet on them. I noticed that. There's no feet on Time Crisis. So we're going to fit the panel in the groove. It's interesting because the P1 panel just clears the middle screws on the coin door panel. That's interesting. It just gives you insight into how close this engineering, the CNC engineering, has to be when these are produced, and how correct it has to be. All right, so let's, the last step in step 8 is to attach E2. E2 is the other side panel, which I still haven't taken out of the plastic. So we're basically building the base right now. Oh, Stock Jock is there. Thank you, Stock Jock. Again, Stock Jock was gracious enough, and he's good about this. He'll send people stuff now and then, you know, if they need help. Or he's sent me a couple of things. He sent me the wiring harnesses needed for lit coin door mod, and he's also sent me neon tape, which I haven't done yet, but that's coming soon. I think I'm going to do my Space Invaders T2 custom with neon tape, and I might do Simpsons as well, but we'll do that on a stream at some point. All right, so let's attach E2 here. The orientation gets a little easier because it can only go one way. I'm going to need to turn my light on for this. You got to line up the dowels to the dowel holes. You got to be careful not to hit the screw hole. You got to get your P panels lined up and the dowel in, and then you also have to get the kick plate in, which it kind of automatically did on its own. So now we're ready for B screws. Let's get our 4 B screws in. And we might be pretty much done with the base here. Sometimes there might be tension on these screws, and that means that your cam lock is out of alignment, and you just need to get a flat screwdriver and adjust it. That's in the documentation. Shows you how to do that. Somewhere in the documentation. That has not happened very often to me. Sometimes there'll be, usually it's on the screw holes that you put the control panel in. So they're out of alignment, and the screw doesn't go all the way in for the control panel. Okay. Yep, the bottom assembly is complete. Again, I'm fascinated by the fact that they did not put feet in this thing. Does it bother me? No. But there is your base. The base is built. Progress. Now, this is where it gets a little tricky because I am so low on build space here. I don't know what I'm going to do on future builds. It's going to be tough. I'm going to set the base off to the front here. Even tougher on my back. All right, we're now ready to work with the main panel, the top part of the cabinet. Step 8 is complete. That's the last of the base. Now we're going to need the D1 panel. Of course, I put E1 on the top. So here's D1. And guys, I work with a table always. A lot of people do their builds on the ground. I'm old and I need things raised. So that's why I do these builds on tables. Now, when I get to assembling both parts of the cabinet together, I'll move to the floor. As little time as I got to spend on my butt and on my knees doing this, the better. Yeah, I'm in good shape. I'm in great shape. I'm having a little back problem right now. So, but even if I didn't have a back problem, I'd still be using a table. All right, so I need, for your guys' benefit, I'm going to turn this around so the camera can see. So this is obviously the left side of the cabinet panel, but I need several boards. These are all the support braces that are going to go into place. So I need, we'll do the bottom panels first. So I get kind of a kickstand here to work with. So we're going to need a K and an L. So there's an L and here's a K. All right, again, I try to put the labels facing inside. It's just me. It doesn't have to go that way. But since I've reversed the panel here, I got to pay attention to the documentation. So the L goes towards the top, right there. And the K goes in the midsection. Okay, and your P panel, eventually when you push these cabinets together, are going to go right here. That's where your screw holes is. All right, so we need 2 B screws to attach these panels. And we'll just screw that into place. All right, so our K and L panels are in place. Okay, we need another K up top. That's fascinating how they have us doing that. That's typically a non-standard area where I've seen a K panel go, but we're following the documentation, right? So that's where K goes. So let's get a B screw. I appreciate, right now there's 16 folks in here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for sticking with me. Could I do a produced video on a build? Yeah. But it's tedious and time consuming, and I just like doing it live for you guys. All right, that K panel is in. All right, now we need the N panel. That's going to go towards the bottom. Here's our N panel. up here. There it is. Actually, I'm breaking my rule. Flip it over. So the letter is on the inside. Boy, am I going to have a relaxing day later watching the Packer game. Packers are going to win. Going to be a close game. Going to be a tough game. Bears always bring it. I'm going to tell you a funny story. I may have shared this. I don't go to Packer games anymore because the one and only Packer game I went to was years ago when Rodgers was just starting out and the Bears came to Lambeau Field. And my very first game at Lambeau Field, it was a night game, I remember, because we rode a bus up to Green Bay. It was part of a group. And we got there. Game started. I was really excited. I actually bought a new Aaron Rodgers jersey and I bought a Green Bay Packers jacket. I'm excited, all in, that kind of thing. Packers first series, Aaron Rodgers goes down with a broken shoulder. The Bears, it was a Packers-Bears game, and the Bears took him out. They let him have it, and he broke his shoulder. And I said, that's it. I was not meant to go to Packer games. Obviously, I'm bad juju, so I haven't been to a Packer game since. That was years ago that happened. Told my boss, I said, I'll never go to another Packer game again because I'm bad luck. All right, so we need the O panel, which is the panel with the instructions on it. And that's going to go right here. And it's oriented correctly because this is top to bottom and the text is obviously right side up. So, but you do want to make sure that that's the case. You don't get this panel upside down. Okay, I probably should have done the monitor before I went into this part. I do a monitor prep, and some of what I do is outside of the instructions. All right, so we've got our O panel, our N panel, our K and L, and our other K. 2 Ks, an L, an O, and an N. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have all of our support panels in, and we've already screwed them all in. So step 9 is complete, putting those braces in. Now we're coming to the monitor. All right, what I typically like to do here is set this piece aside. I have so little room to work with here, guys. I'm going to need to keep this on the table, but just kind of put it on the end here, which is fine. You guys are still going to get to see what I'm doing right here. So, all right. So let's prep the monitor. Okay, so the step 10 is to put the brackets on the monitor. But before we do that, I'm going to look at it because I want to see what the screen protection is like on it and if I need to prep that area. And I'll explain that as I go so you all understand. Those of you that are watching this for the, you've never done an Arcade1Up build, I'll explain to you why I take this step. I do every time. Okay, I do not need to do it in this case. They've gotten better at this. Okay, well, let me explain though. On most Arcade1Up builds, they put a screen, they put a plastic protection over the monitor for good reason. You want to protect it during shipping. But usually when they've done it, they've applied it and they've screwed in the bezel on top of it. And so what that does is it makes it difficult when you install, because when you go to pull this off, you wind up 9 times out of 10 leaving residue beneath the screw on the bezel. So that's horrible. Well, I believe it was B Kong that showed this step. One of the earlier videos, P Dubs and B Kong were the two content creators I discovered first. And in one of their videos, they showed how to take this step first, where you would unscrew like 2 or 3 turns, lift the protection over the screw, and then tighten the screw back down quickly. So you don't want any dust to get in there. But the point is to get, the sides of the protector out underneath the screws easily. But you don't have to do that here, because Arcade1Up has gotten wise, and they're not screwing the bezel down over the protection. That's good. I don't have to take that step. That's good. So I can move right on to putting the brackets on. So let's do that. We need, obviously, bag F, which is our brackets. That's usually the letter designation they use for brackets, is F. You kind of get really familiar with Arcade1Up parts packages. And we need our C screws. And this is the smallest bag of C screws I've seen in an Arcade1Up. That's interesting. So the B screws went up, and the C screws appear to have gone down a little bit. All right. So we have 4 places to put these brackets on. Let me just look. You know what? Holy crap on a cracker. Guys, damn it. The pre-drill holes for the L brackets are not there on this bezel. There's only one right below the wireless. Damn it. It looks like they started to do it. Actually, I can kind of make it out. Okay. So I can make them out. It looks like they're there. They're just covered. All right. I feel a little better now, but that scared the bejesus out of me. So that means, and the reason why is because when you go to put the other side panel, or when you go to put this in the cabinet, you got to make sure the holes line up. And if I just slap this on willy-nilly without any proper alignment, it makes the installation of the monitor very difficult. They're there, guys. They're just covered by the particle board or whatever this is. They didn't punch the hole all the way through. Thank God. Oh man. So what I do on these is I'll put the screw through, and then I'll line it up with the hole. It's just easier that way. And you have to make sure that you put the flat side out, because that's the side that's going to go into the side panel. Don't make that mistake. I did that once. I screwed them in the wrong way. One of my earlier builds, obviously. Gotten better at putting these on. I go a little quicker. You guys think I should reverse the PCB right away? That's a step I can do. It's fairly quick. I will tell you, my basement's pretty cool. Right now it's 63 degrees. So I don't have heat issues in this basement. Does it get warm down here in the summer? Actually, no, it doesn't. It's pretty cool down here. I did do it on the Fast and Furious. I can reverse it. It doesn't bother me none. It's just an extra step. Oh man, I'm glad those holes are there. That would have been a bummer if I hadn't felt around. It was plainly visible that there were no holes there. It just looked like it. And I just took my finger around and felt and and I felt an indentation, and thank God. Uh, have I gotten used to the coldness down here? I kind of am. In the winter, I wear a lot of hoodies, obviously. And I actually have a space heater over there cranking heat out. So if I didn't have that space heater running, it'd be 59 in here right now. And that's too cold for me. Got a pretty deluxe space heater. It's a big one. Thanks, BMCA. Appreciate it. I tried to make this room a space that kind of makes me feel like I'm walking into an arcade that I used to know. And for those of you that haven't been with me from the beginning, I will just say that my whole name came from an arcade that I visited in Indianapolis called Crossdeck Arcade. So to honor that place, a place that I spent a lot of my youth in, that's what I named my channel. So I'm going to free up the cables here on the PCB. I'm not gonna reverse the PCB right now. I'm just gonna move on with the build. If I feel like I need to take that step, I will. But that's an option, guys. For those of you that don't know, what that involves is basically unscrewing the PCB cover, lifting it off, and carefully flipping it over. You put like a artwork Velcro or whatever, double-sided tape, whatever you use. Put it on the back of the PCB here, flip it over, and attach it to the back of the monitor. That's all you do. Just to allows more airflow into the PCB. And I have done it, like on the Fast and the Furious. I did do it based on the recommendation of others, but I think I'm going to leave it as is. All right, so step 10 done. We got the brackets in. Now it wants to attach the monitor to our section here, our side panel. So let's get the side panel back into place. I am going to turn it this way, simply because to put this monitor in, I would need to be on the other side of the table if I had it the other way. I realize you guys aren't getting to see what I see. But what we have basically are these are where our plastic brackets are going to attach to. We have two screw holes here, two screw holes here. They're going to line up. And that's why I got so worried about not having the holes not being visible, because if these don't line up, it becomes a real chore to get them screwed in. All right, so we got to make sure our monitor orientation is correct. And one thing we also want to do is make sure the plastic is not digging into the slot where the monitor is going to slide in. And you want to make sure it's seated in there correctly before you screw it in. Oh, I see now why they had a yellow molding strip on there. Yep, that is the hardest part of an Arcade1Up build. Any one of them is getting the panels to line up, the last side panel to line up. And we're getting there. And all I'm doing now is screwing in the brackets to the side panel with the C-screws. That's all I'm doing. I realize you guys can't see it, but one of these days I'm going to invest in a camera that I can put, that also has the light on it, on my head, so you can see what I see. I kind of want to do, I've always wanted to do that. So I need to find a camera that that's on a head strap, like a GoPro or something. So you guys, that'll be another camera view that you guys can look at, and you can see what I'm seeing. I'm just tightening the screws. All right. So our monitor is attached. Step 11 complete. Step 12. All right, now we're going to be slotting in the audio, the sound, the M panel, and the H panel. So let's find our audio panel. Here it is. I do love this. Oh, there's a mark on it. Oh, I don't know if I want to scratch at that. There's a scratch on the audio panel, and that might have been me. Oh, it's coming off. So it's glue. It's some kind of adhesive. Might have been from the packaging. Ooh, but this brilliant yellow, I love that color. I'm just kind of gently scratching here because I don't want to scratch the paint. But I'm glad it's coming off. All right. Okay. Crisis averted. All right. So again, looking at the orientation, where the wire is going to go, and I always undo the wire because we're going to route the wire. So we undo the wiring. We have 2 dowels on either side. And this is going to go into the dowel holes. Now, again, we have that plastic protector in the way here. So we want to move the plastic protector out of the way. Eventually, we're going to pull this off, but it's one of the last steps. And then I want to route the cable right away to the, I'm just going to put it right away into the audio port of the PCB. And I'll show that later when we put the cabinet together. So we need the H panel, and the H panel is the panel that always has all of the Arcade1Up info, safety information, serial number, registration, model number, that kind of thing. Always on the back of the cabinet, and you definitely want to orient it correctly. All right, so we have the H panel in place. Now we're ready for the other side panel. Here's where the fun begins. All right. Now, Sometimes this goes really quick and easy. Sometimes it doesn't. But you want to line up all the pegs, all the dowels. Let them pop into place. And my eyes aren't too good. Monitor needs the slot in the. Oh, we gotta be careful about the. Again, lack of space here. I have to be careful walking around here, but we have to be careful of the plastic. All right, looks like our monitor might be hampering digging in here. So let's. There it goes. You hear that snap? You guys know what I'm talking about, the snap, right? When everything seems to go in really well. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and this one's still not in. Start screwing the panel down. And when you line up your arcade, when you put your arcade together, you want some sort of logical arrangement to them, right? So logically, you would put your taller cabinets against the wall and not in the middle like I have here. Well, the Time Crisis is going to have to go right here in the middle. And I realize it's going to be taller than some of my signage on the wall there for a while until I sort out where I want to put it. But maybe I'll pull Centipede and make it a part of the middle and stick Time Crisis over there. But the other important part is this is a gun game. So you wanna be able to have room. Like I've got my Big Buck Hunter and my Fast and Furious next on this wall. Maybe I'll pull out Space Invaders and move it. But again, Space Invaders being an XT2 cabinet, that's gonna be taller as well. So I'd hate to break up Star Wars corner. I like that corner. All right, so we've got a screw there. And I'm not tightening these all the way. I want to make sure that everything's popped into place as it should be. And so far, it looks like we are. Well, we've got a screw there. Yeah, BMCA, you're correct. It's nice to have. I have gym flooring. This room started out as a home gym, so I've got gym flooring down, and so that's a good buffer there. But I also have arcade carpet as well, so I'm covered in that regard. All right, we're lined up there. So this is the last screw I'll be putting in the side panel. All right, just checking to make sure everything is in and no air light gaps. So I'm going to go ahead and tighten. There are some holes that don't have screws in them yet. I'm going to assume that's for future components. All right. So we're tight. So just counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Yes, Jasper, fun game. Or it's going to be a fun game to watch today. So Packers, Bears. All right, now we're ready to put these two cabinets together, these two sides. This is where I need to take a pause and I need to clear out this table. I do not have room to do this with the table still in place. So let's get our parts and pieces up out of the way. I have dowels left over. That scares me. Did I miss dowels? Actually, no, it's for joining the pieces together. So I need to get this table out of the way. So these screws are for the. It's interesting. The metal braces that for the inside of the cabinet are black instead of silver like they used to be. Usually are. All right, we're going to use Pong as a table here. And I'm going to take my tablet off here. Cornicate, are you bragging that you've already went to IKEA, bought your shelf, brought it home, and built the shelf before I finished an Arcade1Up build? Is that what I hear you saying? Well, bully on you. I say this every week. I may be selling this Pong Pub table. I love it. It's fun to play. But by God, it's just awkward in the room. Maybe I'll move it upstairs. I don't know. All right, I need to set this somewhere. Move this light. Okay. Gonna get our workbench out of the way. Gotta be careful not to hit either side of the cabinet. Again, I want to bring up Steve Sale. Guys, if you feel like giving some money to the Steve Sale GoFundMe, the link is in the stream description. So by all means, follow that link. And if you have some spare change to give for Steve and his efforts to improve his smile, understand he had surgery this week and he's doing okay. That's good. Just gonna put this table back real quick. Oh. Ooh, it's hard. All right. Black Navy American vet. Hey, welcome, man. Welcome, shipmate. I am Navy too. I am a data processing technician, plank owner of the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Welcome to my stream, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate all vets. Everybody's still deployed. I honor them on Fridays, every Friday. And my brothers and sisters as well, man. A good time of my life. It really was. Helped make me into who I am today. All right. Now comes the part where we lay it flat, face up on the ground. Now let me make sure you guys are getting to see this. So I may have to change the angle here. All right. Okay, again, face up. We're gonna put these two pieces together. Let me refer to the document to make sure I'm not, oh, the dowels. That's another thing about this. When you put these two sections together on an Arcade1Up, always make sure you do the dowels. I always forget. So there's 4 dowels we need. I'll wind up with 1 extra, that's okay. But we need to put our dowels in, 2 on either side. Does it matter which end of the cabinet you put them in? Probably not, but. All right, let's push these together. And then we'll have some more B screws to put in. Why does it have us put in some E screws? That's interesting. Yeah, we'll figure that out later. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, let's line this puppy up. Got to get the kick plate into the groove. Make sure your dowels go in the holes. And I may be a little off here because part of it's on the carpet and part of it isn't. I may need to force it here. Get 4 B screws. And my screwdriver. Zero, that's funny. Oh, so that's why you, okay, so you got, Danny, you got the shelf for your numbskulls. Okay, understood. Yeah, I showed this on my stream before, but I use some microwave stands for my collection. And so far, I only have, well, I have Burger Time Space Invader and the 2 Space Invaders. I have kicks and elevator action still in the box, so I still have to take those out. All right, so now what we're going to do, I'm still not happy with how this is lining up. We need to get B screws on the bottom part of that P panel. Or no, on the top part. And I'm not going to tighten them fully. I just want to get them in. Make sure they're seated. And I realize you guys can't see, so let's. Now I'm right-handed, so this is awkward for me, but we're doing it so you can see it on the camera. Again, not fully tightened. I just want to make sure the screw goes in and is seated properly. Where I'm going to have a problem on the bottom screws because the cabinet's not pushing together totally. Yeah, see, it's not going in. So this is where a second person would come in handy. So you could hold it in. There, now the screw's in. Again, this is awkward because I'm right-handed, but thank God for the ratchet screwdriver. This is a beast of a cabinet, that's for sure. Now, before you real arcade people jump in and say, "We want to see a beast," you look at this cabinet. This is a beast of an Arcade1Up build. Don't get excited. All right, we're gonna have the same problem over here. So I've got to push it in and then get the screw in. Oh, again, watch what you do with the screwdriver. Be careful, go slow, because if you go too fast and you wind up sliding the screwdriver off of the screw and into the side art, it's just going to be a disappointment. All right, I'm going to go ahead and tighten because they're in. I've verified they're in. I don't think I have to do the bottom ones because we did those when we did the bottom build. Yeah. All right. Guys, I'm tired. I don't know about you. Might take a nap after this. There's a little bit of scratch on the side art here. I'm not too worried about it. It is there. I know it's there. I could probably take a marker to it later. All right. Now it wants two E screws. For the bottom, for where the hole is for the pedal. So we're going to go to our E parts bag and pull out two E screws. And that's right here where the you can see the holes for the screws. They're just going to go into the G panel is what's going to happen. So and the screw is loose. See, that's what I was worried about. It's just bare wood that you're screwing into here. I'm just going to get them hand tight. I want to strip it out. It's disappointing. So what I'm talking about is I can't get tightness on this screw because going straight into the wood. There's no cam lock in. This is not a cam lock screw. It's just wood. It's going straight into the wood. So you know how it happens sometimes when you're putting in a screw and it doesn't ever get tight. It's just stripping it out as you turn. Just get it tight enough so that it's seated in there. It's disappointing, but it happens. I don't fault Arcade1Up for that. Oh. All right, so that. Oh, we have some other B screws to put in addition to those, two on each side. We have three side B screws on each side to do, or maybe one side. The speaker. I need one. I need one more. So just like where this would be, the marquee would be normally on an Arcade1Up. We just have to put that other screw in. All right. So now step 14 is complete. Let's look what we have next. Now we're going to get the cabinet upright. And we're going to screw in the other side of the brackets, monitor brackets, and we're going to put in our brace plates. So let's get her stood up. And here's where I'm going to do a little camera adjustment. Just so you guys can see what I'm doing. Pause the camera shake here. A normal producer would go to another camera while I'm adjusting this camera. But I'm a one-man show here. All right, so the goal to get E-screws on the brackets here into the other side panel. So we need some C screws. If I can do this and not totally block out the camera. And this, of course, just holds the monitor in place. Kind of awkward with this brace plate here. This was going to be even more awkward because the Wi-Fi is in the way. Sorry if you're looking at my back. Again, this is where having a helmet cam or a strap cam would come in handy. But you can see where I already attached the audio cable here. That's pre-attached. Wireless attachment here. It's a BOE monitor, folks. I think we already knew that, but just to point that out, it's either going to be, for Arcade1Up, it's either going to be well, there might be other monitor types, but the one that you don't want to have is a TN monitor. It's kind of washed out from either side. This is a BOE. That's good. All right. Hey, Dragot, good to see you, man. Thanks for joining the stream. All right, now we're going to put black brace plates on the bottom here. I realize you guys can't see that. I'll aim the camera down. So you can kind of see here, 4 holes right here. That's where the black braces are going to be. They're basically to hold the bottom and an extra layer, holding the bottom and the top in place. And we're going to need more C screws for that. 4 on each one. All right. Do with my screwdriver now. Again, this may be awkward. This is going to be awkward. So if I'm blocking the view here, I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. I may need to go upstairs. My dog is moving around and I kind of wonder if she's got to go outside. Bear with me, guys. I'm sorry. I have no video to show you. I'm going to mute myself for a second. I'm going to go check on her real quick. Hi, yourself. You got to go outside? You want to go outside? You want to go? Not right now? Okay. All right, she's fine. Okay. See you, Jasper. Thanks for joining. Let's try going at it this way. Dog is fine. I kind of go with these like diagonally. I get the two diagonal holes lined up. And that gets the plate in place. The other two in, and I'll do the other side. All right, so we're ready for the other. Again, apologies if I blocked the camera. Hopefully it'll be a little easier. All right, so both plates are in. Okay, documentation. Step 15 complete. All right, now we're going to work with the pieces that we pre-assembled before. So we have the assembly. Step 16 has us put the marquee assembly and the control panel assembly on. So let's back the camera up again and bring it up. Might have to zoom out a little bit. Yeah. So you guys get a good picture of what I'm doing here. I'm just going to aim this light away. From the camera. All right. So what we're essentially going to do, and I'll bring this up. So the documentation has us basically attaching the control panel assembly and the marquee section. So that's what we're doing. We're going to need 8 B screws for this. So let's do the control panel assembly first. And how does it have us do this? I really need this close by. Okay, I'm trying to figure this out, folks. All right, so what it looks like to me is a B screw is gonna go through the inside holes on the N3 panel. So we need 2 B screws. Okay, I can see the holes lined up. This is weird. You know, I gotta admit, this is kind of weird. It's different. This is a unique cabinet for sure. Another one of the reasons why I wanted to get it. So on the N3 panel, which is not a covered, and you know, I'm worried because this isn't catching. Oh my God, the keyboard's not sitting. Oh, that's catching. But I need to make, remember I talked about how the cam lock might not be in place. One of the screws here is not going all the way in. So I need to make a cam lock adjustment. Let's take the screw out. The cam lock's on the back side, so I need to switch over to my flathead. This is in the screwdriver here. Let's look at the cam lock here. Doesn't look out of adjustment to me, but you know, these things are tricky. Let's see if that works. Made a little tiny adjustment. That's better. All right, now we're in business. Want to get these tight. All right. Hopefully that's the last cam lock adjustment I'll need to make. It happens. You know, you might have to adjust. All right, so I need more B screws. I need one B screw on either side. That's got it. Interesting. I don't think this is right. I don't think. Why is that screw hole there? I think something's wrong here. There's another hole here that's not lining up. This is a weird, wicked build, for sure. Something's out of alignment. Did I not build this correctly? Because there's an extra hole here on the side panel that's not lining up with the inside side panel of the deck here. Well, that one did. I had to lift it up. Interesting. Oh, it's not in though. Nope, not on either side. Those of you that have built Time Crisis cabinets, chime in here. What am I doing wrong? These two side panel B screws. It's not lined up correctly. And it's obviously not that. Oh, maybe that's it. And that looks like that needs to go there. This is a beast. I will say this part seems to be the trickiest part, getting the control panel assembly to line up. And I did get this screw in. I'll leave that hand tight for now. See if I can get this other side in, and then we'll worry about the two inside N3 screws. I see the hole. There it is. Boom, in. So my recommendation is to not go about it the way the documentation has you do it in step 16. I would wait on these two screws on the N3 panel and do the side screws first to get those holes lined up. Just makes better sense. Now the question is, am I going to be able to get the screws in the N3 panel? We're about to find out. We're about to find out. All right. I need another B screw. Well, they're going in, or at least one of them has. I'm sorry, I'm blocking the camera again. You do a stream, you got to constantly worry about where the camera is and are you blocking it. All right, that's not going anywhere. Control panel assembly is in. Now let's do the marquee assembly. So that's going to slot in. We have to route the cable and then put 4 screws, 2 on either side. That's these screws. Okay. All right, let's get the marquee assembly. Where is it? What did I do with it? I lost the marquee. Here it is. We need to make sure we route the power cable same way we routed the audio. And we have a little ridge here on either side. Boy, is this a tall ass cabinet. Oh my God. So there's a ridge there. Just got to make sure you seat it over the ridge. And make sure your holes line up. I see the holes. Two on either side. This is one big mamma jamma. Tallest Arcade1Up cabinet I believe they've ever produced. It's a little off here. The screws are still going in. I'm not going to worry about it. All right, screwdriver. What did I do with the screwdriver? Here it is. Coming together, folks. We're almost there. We'll do a little bit of gameplay. I'm not going to do a full review of it. You guys know I try to do mini reviews, and I probably should start getting more into doing reviews. Oh no! Oh, phew, I thought that screw was not going to go in. That would be a pain. Have to pull this out and try to adjust. All right. What do we got left? Well, it wants us to pull off the monitor protection. And it wants us to pull off the deck protector protection. So we need to get the deck. We need to pull off the tape that's holding the deck protector in place. I got no fingernails. And then we, according to the documentation, there's protection on both sides. So we'll pull those off. Both sides of the deck protector. This is always a fun part. Gently pull it off around the cables. And then we're going to pull this off, hopefully easily. I got no nail on that thumb because that's where I whacked it with a hammer. Real quick. Are you team deck protector or team finish? Or what do they call that? Play guard finish? I kind of like the deck protectors, to tell you the truth. I like having that barrier. All right, so gonna go very easily now. And then we'll put the deck protector back on gently with that wire. Why is it bent a little bit? Why am I bending? Oh, that's why. Okay. So that was step 17, getting the plastic stuff off. And now it wants us to seat the control panel into place. We have some wires to connect. We have a USB cable. And we have our control panel serial cable here. So we're going to connect that to the port on the bottom of the control panel. And we're going to guide it into place. We're going to take the pedal cable here, feed it in. And you want to make the holes line up. This is where a headlamp comes into handy, so you can see down the hole. A little booger there, styrofoam booger. And then I see my 4 holes there, so I need 4 B screws for that. And as I always say, and I know everybody who's done a lot of Arcade1Up knows, you have to be very careful screwing these in. You don't, if you over tighten them, you will crack the plastic plexi. You will. I've done it before, and I've had to order a replacement from Arcade1Up. So don't over tighten these. Just get them hand tight, tight enough. You tighten them too much, like I almost did there, you will crack the plexi. This is a beautiful cabinet, though, so far. I haven't even fired it up yet. I just like the look of it. Okay, I'm going to turn this puppy around so you guys can see the connections I'm going to be making. Okay, now I already see a problem with those loose screws down at the bottom. It's already pulled out of the panel. Those 2 E screws that I put in by the pedal that didn't tighten. You drag this arcade cabinet around the floor anywhere, you got to be careful of that, especially if those screws are loose. You're going to yank the screws right out of the wood. almost going to suggest don't even put the screws in. I'll point out what I'm talking about later. All right. Let's move in here. All right. So we have our marquee here. So we need to plug the marquee in. That little lamp here goes in that hole right there. There's an SD card slot here, the USB port here. This is an Ethernet port it has. Nice. Huh. I didn't look on the box. Is this thing multiplayer? Interesting. So I've already got my serial cable in place. Let's look at other wire connections that we need to make. I'm going to pull my power packages out here. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm sorry. I apologize. My tablet's way over here. Doc Jock, you're hilarious. Thanks, Lily. I appreciate it. And I agree, they be me. That's one of the reasons I do these streams. Yeah, they may take 4 hours. Granted, we chit-chatted at the top, so maybe more like 3 hours. All right, so this is power. There's a USB cable. This is power. Okay. There's the USB cable. It's in with the power. Still at 16 viewers. I'm pretty happy about that. It already has the clip in for the power. That's good. All right, but the USB cable I was looking for was this guy. The short USB cable. One side goes to the control panel. The other side goes into the... So this is part V. Well, it can only go one way. So we're going to connect that. And we only have one USB port right there. So we've got our speaker, our control panel USB, wireless, marquee. Now we need to route this cable, which goes through the hole in the G panel, in the base panel. And it has one of those clips. So you feed that through there and you push the clip through. And it's not going to go easy. There it goes. Yeah. All right. So what I basically just put in is the pedal cable. And I routed it through that round hole and then stuck it out the opening where the pedal goes. So that comes directly from the control panel. Wants us to connect the pedal. I'm going to finish these up. I'm going to turn the cabinet. Again, being careful that I don't drag that kick plate panel so that it pulls out those screws like it just did. You know what? I'm just going to pull them out. Jesus, that's piss poor design right there. Those screws, they're worthless. Why keep them in there? They're just going to pull away, and I think the cabinet is secure the way it is. Kind of disappointing, actually. But what I'm talking about are these two screws right here. It's just going straight into wood, and it was stripped out to begin with, and just worthless. All right, so let's get the pedal. We'll connect the pedal. I think I'm just going to leave this cable wrapped, Makes sense. Unless you want to pull the pedal out. I'll just leave it there. BMCA, this does have screw caps. It did come with the screw caps. Where are those at? They're right here. There they are. We got a bag of screw caps for this. Not all of them do come with it, I'll admit. So, all right. So what I'm going to be working on now, let's attach the weapons. Hopefully this doesn't get my stream shut down, because after what happened to the guys. Oh, don't throw that down. Why don't I do that? So let's let me pull this camera back. Pull it back again. I realize this isn't the best tripod mount for this camera, so we'll seat that in there and we'll connect the cable. Same thing with the red. Getting close, folks. We just got to do power pretty much. And the back panel. All right. So yes, we do have to attach the power splitter. So there's a power there. Your power that goes out the back panel has a Y split. So one goes to the PCB, and the other goes to what looks to be the control panel. I realize I turned the camera around. Yes. So There's a black power cable coming out of the control panel. And then this is going to be PCB power. So we'll plug it into the PCB. I realize you're not seeing this. Sorry about that. I'll admit, this has got to be one of the toughest Arcade1Up builds I've done. So, all right, step 19 is done. We put the Y splitter on. We got the weapons into place, and we made all of our attachments already. It wants us to route the power cable through it already has a mounted clip on the back of the monitor. So we'll do that so there's no tension on the power. Thank you, Arcade1Up, for providing that little clip. I've never seen that before. And now we want to put the F1 and F2 back panels in. So we'll start with F2. I realize you guys, I don't think you really care about that, but basically all it is putting your back panels into place on the back with E screws. And eventually I'll probably put an LED light strip on this, not today. But that's one of my steps in my builds is I do an LED light strip. But since this is in the middle for now, I'm not going to worry about it. So I'm going to put 4 screws in here. We only see room for 2. Yeah, you're only putting 2 screws in here. Okay. All right. 2 screws. All the quicker. Just hand tighten them. They don't need to go in super tight because you're probably going to be inside this cabinet once or twice, especially if you do a buy stuff mod. All right, so I need the other panel. This is where we need to feed the power through. If you're not looking at this real time, power comes through here. And it has a little lock piece. So we're feeding our power through. And we're squeezing. I'm going to get on this side for more leverage. Oh. Oh, damn it. I hate doing these. The power lock. Supposed to just snap into place. And some are easy, some are not. This one's fighting me. There it goes. Snap. All right. Just got to be careful you didn't pull out any of your connections. And yes, I did pull the cable out of the cable organizer. Maybe that's why they put it there. Because it's a short cable. And they don't want any tension on the power cable up top. Okay, let's get the final screws in. Hopefully this works. Not too much trouble to get the panel off again. Okay. We'll connect the power brick and off to the races we go. Shit, my gal will be home soon. It's 2 o'clock, folks. Packer game's coming up. She might be home closer to 3. Depends on how long she spends in the gym. Usually Sundays are taxing for her, so. Okay. Plug it into power. Atomic batteries to power, turbines to speed. Ask your grandparents, kids. I got some extra screws here, which is scary. Let me double check. Make sure I got screws everywhere they need to go. Oh. Oh, shit. No, it's not where they need to go. Guys, I got 2 screw holes on either side here that aren't lined up. And it may have something to do with this, the alignment here. Oh, God. I got to take this apart. Live build, folks. This is why we do it, right? Okay. Fuck. So I have 2 screws right here, that aren't lined up properly. Screw holes. I can't get the B screws in there. We're going to have to take out the control panel. How annoying. Tough build, guys. This is tough. No doubts about it. You got to get it just right. My feeling is the control panel has to come, this whole assembly has to come above this instruction piece. Let me look on the box. That's kind of the way it looks. I built it wrong. Just looking at the box. Oh, ho, ho, ho. It's not ready, guys. Sorry. So that screw hole is for the control panel. Why am I not lining up? Yeah, I could kind of see the hole. I can kind of see the hole here. I think it has to line up with this hole right here, and it's not. We need to undo the serial and USB connections and pull the control panel out. Oh, the power cable as well. Oh, and the, oh shit. Now that the, Let me see if there's another end here. No, the pedal cable is now firmly affixed down there, so getting this out is next to impossible now. Well, let's see if I can make the adjustment without. So the problem is I'm going to have to take it apart. Son of a bitch. Maybe just take off the lower back panel, get that pedal out. You can safely say I struggled with this build. I need to get the pedal. Now, whether or not I can pull that cable back out, I don't know. Maybe there's a little leverage. There we go. All right. Now we can take the control panel out. We got to sort this out, though, guys. Zero, you did. You definitely did warn me about this thing. This is a tough nut. It really is. And if you don't have those holes lined up properly, you're going to be suffering like I am right now. So whoever's going to watch this back and buy this, who's going to buy this cabinet and watch it back, you're going to see the struggle. So I don't have this extension piece lined up properly. That's the issue. 2 screw holes have to line up, and you're not going to get the second one lined up until you get the control panel in. So yeah, a tough nut. I am so hungry, guys. It's ridiculous. Good news is I'm not going to eat. I'm going to eat it all in snacks during the game. You watch, man. I'll have my gal take a picture of me with a big bowl of frickin' Doritos. Just woofing them down because I'm so hungry. If she is really nice, she'd give me home a burger from our new favorite place, Smash Daddy's here in Hartford. We had them last night, and I would that's that burger you would eat every day if you know. That's how good they are. All right, let's figure this out. So something tells me this whole assembly has to be above. Let's find the hole. You know what? I think I have a suggestion here. Right, there's that one. All right, right there. So what we need to do is we need a temp screw just to hold it. So just shove a B screw through that hole. I had it. Where'd it go? There it is. Right there. Oh, there she is, right there. So we'll shove a temp screw in there just to hold it in place. And we'll worry about lining up the other one in a bit. So let's get this one lined up. Because guys, what this is going to do is hold in the control panel from another angle. All right. So does this piece now, because now my holes down here are not lining up. So I'm wondering if the bottom needs, yeah, the bottom needs to be sitting behind the kick plate. And how do I make that adjustment? It's going to be tough because now I got to take out these temp screws. So let's take that out. Lift this up. Well, you can't really set it behind. Because there's that, yeah, I mean, you've got this plate in the way. Something tells me other content creators just frickin' ignored one of these screws. So it's actually sitting on top of the kick plate now. But the holes aren't lining up. This damn piece, man. It's did I not assemble this panel right? I mean, that's a possibility. We can go back to that step. Let's go back to that assembly. It has the straight edge on that side. I'll bet you I did install it backwards. It's not very clear on the documentation. I'm going to say that right from the outset. I'm going to try reversing here so you guys can see what I'm doing. Oops, I zoomed in, sorry. So what I think my problem is the N2 panel is reversed, okay? And it's created a little gap here. I think that might be my problem. So now I lost my screwdriver. I'm just losing it, folks. I'm going to take this beast apart. This is why I do them live, guys. You see in real time the issues I'm running into. And so my issue here may be, I'd say maybe now, that N2 panel is it's reversed. I basically have to flip it. I'm going to leave that one in place. Yeah, Zero, I don't think my issue is your issue, because I think I may have screwed the pooch here. That's a Apollo 13 or not Apollo 13, Right Stuff reference there. May have screwed the pooch and reversed a panel here that's not very clear which direction it should go in the documentation. So we're going to try it here, since it's just concerning this section. I'm going to flip this panel around. Probably go at it this way. I don't want to lose my orientation. So I've basically flipped the N2 panel. No, that must not be right. Okay. That's not right. Nope. That's not how it goes. You can tell my frustration starting to set in. What am I? Oh my God. All right, let's start from scratch. All right. D4. N1. N2. This time we're going to do it that way. That's not right. It can only go one way. It has to go that way. If I turn it this way and I put it in the holes just don't line up. They don't. Oh, fuck. Struggling, folks. I'm struggling. So it can only go one way. The N2 panel can only go one way. Well, that's good confirmation that the N2 panel only goes one way, fits one way. All right, let's put the N1 panel back in. Put that screw back in. So it was built correctly, but we're just having a fitting issue. All right. N3 basically goes one way as well. It's equidistant, so it can go both ways. I don't know. Am I doing that right? No. This is N3. Not having us put a screw in just yet. We've already done the 3 screws that we're going to do, but I see nothing about adding a screw for N3. So let's leave that out for now. Put the other side on. Okay. I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. I realize football has started, and we're well into the first game anyway. I don't even know who's playing the first game. All right. Oh. I wasn't paying attention. Panel wasn't even in place. All right, so it's in now. Now let's go back to the part where we're slotting this thing in. Well, it doesn't tell you anything about putting this thing in, so you just have to use the pictures as your guide. So I've seated it. Maybe we need to loosen up this panel, the instruction panel. I'm just going to loosen it up. See if that gives us a little play to work with here. All right, now I see that hole. I still don't see the bottom hole. What the hell? I'll loosen up whoa. I'll loosen up this support brace too. This brace right here. Just loosen these up. I'm scratching up the artwork on these inside side panels pretty bad. But, you know, they're not seen anyway, so it's not totally a big deal. Yeah, I could see where you'd have to force it in there. So there's a B screw on that one. There's a B screw on that one. We just now got to figure out how to get. Boy, you really do have to force that one in. Ow. There. You push down on the control panel, you can get the other screw in. Now let's see if we can do it over here. There. Almost. Holy shit. So I had to apply pressure to the assembly down to get those two screws in. What a pain in the ass that is. Now, the tough part is going to be these top two screws. How well are these holes going to stay lined up if I pull these screws out? It looks like they will. So Zero, you were right, man. What a pain in the ass that was. All right. Yeah, you were right. Now we're in business. All right. Yep, you're right, Prince Vinny. I've reached my my limit here, I think. All right, so these two top screws are intended for the control panel. I'm just going to pull the screws out just enough to be able to slot the control panel in. Just leave the screws in there. And then now, obviously, we've got to put this back in. So let's get our pedal cable in. Let's find our cables. So let me get the USB in first. There's the power. And last but not least, serial cable. Data cable. Data cable would probably be a better reference. And of course, the control panel doesn't want to go down all the way now. Why is that? Why? Because I probably tightened the screws too tight. There we go. There we go. Had to go at it at a different angle. I'm going to push the top 2 screws in, and there we go. We're in business. So I'm going to put those screws in right away before I do the, make sure my holes are lined up on the control panel. Ooh, that was difficult. So I had one of my issues was I had this underneath the instruction panel. It has to go in front of it. So I think that was my major issue. Then it was still difficult to line those holes up. So you kind of, like Zero says, you kind of have to force it. So I applied pressure to the top of the assembly down to get that hole, to get that screw in. Again, don't tighten these control panel screws too tight. You're going to regret it. All right. Now we got to get the pedal back in. Let's get the wire back to where it needs to go. That went in fairly easy. Put the back panel back on. Screwdriver. There. Oh. All right. Oh, Nelly. Let's move it a little back into place. Careful when you're moving it so that front panel doesn't get, the kick plate doesn't get out of place. All right. I suppose I can pull this out, this pedal. Turn this off, get it off. I will turn off my production lights. Get an angle on this so you guys can see and I still can play. All right, let's fire this puppy up. What do you say? All right. It's a click switch, not a soft switch. Turn off the house lights. I need a drink of water. Holy crap. I'm not done, guys. After this stream, the marquee is not on. Did I? Oh. Why is the marquee not lit? Problems, problems, problems. And there are those that would say that's why you don't put the back panel on right away. Oh, why am I struggling with this one, guys? And now, since I turned all the lights off, all right, it's connected. Oh, guys. There it is. It's I can't see. Look at that, guys. There's a short. Oh, that fuck. God damn this product. Fucking Arcade1Up. God damn it. It's something to do with the port, I think. I don't think it's the wire. All right. You know what I did? I kind of stuck it in halfway. I don't like that. That seems to be the best way to get it to light up. So I'm going to leave it there for now. You shove the cable all the way in and it goes out. All right. So note to people that are assembling this cabinet, that light port may be fishy on yours. Maybe it's just one-off cabinet that has this issue. Could be. I'm a bit disappointed though. You spend $700 on a cabinet. You expect it to be in good shape, you know? Functional shape. But I think this problem is on the PCB port. It's not the cable. All right, let's have another go at it. PBJ, you got that, man. Intimidating indeed. I'm kind of shaking this a little bit just to see if it's going to kill the marquee. I think I got it in there okay. All right. See, and you don't even know if that's the correct Wi-Fi network you want to use because my Wi-Fi name is. All right, that's the one I want. So we're setting up the Wi-Fi. All right. There we go. And of course, we have an update. Added QR code for Arcade1Up companion app integration. Wonder how long this update will take. Yeah, I did, Soshi, but I had issues. There's an issue with this control panel, getting it in right. You'll just have to watch through my struggles, but basically it involved lining up the two screw holes. There's one screw hole for the control panel right here. Actually, you can't see that. So one screw hole here that feeds into the control panel. Then there's a screw hole here that holds the panel down. Come to think of it, I think I forgot to put in two screw holes. I'll do that off stream. The two that in the baseboard for this panel piece, I forgot to put those in. I'm gonna have to take it apart again to get those in. But for now, for the stream, what I'm talking about is if you lift this control panel out, there's two screws in the base panel that basically lock it down into the cabinet. I forgot to put those in. So what do we got to do? I don't register it to my arcade account. Okay, of course you want me to verify. Jesus. Oh, damn. I gotta go. All right, there we go. I gotta go see my dog, guys. I'll be right back. He's barking. I'll be right back. Sorry. Oh, she barked because you were home. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm still streaming. No. I came up here once and she didn't have to go. Did she make a mess or anything? No. Okay. What little num-nums was in the bowl, and then the bowl was in there, so I gave her whatever little bit was in there. All right, it shouldn't be too much longer. The game starts in a half an hour, for crying out loud. Just, oh my God, what a difficult process this has been. All right, guys, I'm sorry about that. My gal's home. That's why my dog barks. So, all right, I got to create a nickname here, right? All right. So I use, wait a minute. Got to do it right. Game starts in half an hour, so I'm not going to be on stream too much longer. Let's try that. You know how Arcade1Up is on reusing. Maybe later. I'll do this later. All right, so we're registered. Let's look at the games. We got Time Crisis. How well can you guys see that screen? So we got Time Crisis, Steel Gunner 2, Point Blank. So those 4 games. All right. So let's go into Time Crisis first. Oh, I wanted to turn out the house lights. Let me do that. All right, so controls, player 1 start, player 2 start. We got the gun, and then we got the pedal. Oh, we're going to have to involve the pedal here. Let's get the pedal out. And I'm going to undo the cable here, just so I can move the pedal around where I need to go. I haven't put screw caps on yet, and I'll do that later. I'm going to put the pedal where I can feel it. All right, here we go. Plus player 1. Version 1.01. I don't know if did I have to do a gun I don't know if I have to do a gun calibration. We'll find out, I guess.
There's been a kidnapping. It's Rachel, the daughter of the president of Sertia. Get into the castle and rescue Rachel. Sometime, somewhere, somewhere. This nation will soon be mine. Ah, the taste of revenge. Action!
Jesus, why am I not killing these people? I think I need to calibrate.
Action!
Yeah, I'm off calibration.
Reload.
Oh, time is up. I suck at this game. Okay, Zero, that's good advice. I keep seeing the 313 on the Walmart shelf here. First, before I go, before I proceed, I'm going to go see if there's gun calibration here. Let's do setup. Yep, there's gun calibration. Hold trigger and button together for 3 seconds until the cursor moves to the center. Now, what's it asking me here? Hold trigger and button together. Hold trigger and button together. Okay, I see. All right, now shoot the cursor. All right. Let's do. How do I do the blue gun? There we go. Now shoot the blue one. There. All right, so I've done calibration. See if I do a little better. Get this pedal in a better place for me, where I'm not wrenching my back to reload. Thanks, Jasper. Thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it.
Action.
That's much better.
Action.
Kind of not aiming.
Action. Action. Reload. Action. Danger.
I love this game. No more lives. All right, let's check out some of the other games. Let's go to Point Blank right away. We'll get into the Steel Gunners. It might be the camera. This is going over wireless. Guys, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Shoot 12 bottles. Okay, I sucked at that. Apparently you have to do this quick. Shoot 1 apple. Yay. No, the game's not running sluggish. Shoot 15 targets. Ah. Clearly, I have some work to do. It is fun. All right. I'm not going to spend too much time in these games. Maybe we'll do a gameplay night. Stream's been long enough. Let's go look at Steel Gunner. Press player 1 to start. This is a beautiful cabinet. I will say that. Okay, it's just beautiful. It's just, man, was it a tough build. Oh, Garcia or Quinn. I kind of like this one. Just trying to kill all the bad guys. Oh, that was quick. It's a fun game. Kind of like Terminator. You got to get the things thrown at you. Yeah. I just got to get used to doing that. Holy crap, Cornercade was right, man. The longer you do this, the sore your hand gets. Maybe there's a way to turn that off. Man, where's your hand out? Holy crap. All right, let's check out Steel Gunner 2. Yeah, how do we turn the recoil off? Man, I would love to do that for a while. It does wear you out. You're right, Cornercade. Return fire and destroy the... Holy crap, my finger's tired. Here, you're kind of shooting all over the place. Just try to get somebody. Oh, that is tough on the hand, man. But good exercise. Wow. Intense. I like all 4 games on here, man. I really do. Oh, sorry. Shot the good guy. Yeah, I'm just kind of firing all over the place, really, in this one. I need a rest. Got to get the bombs as they're heading towards me, man. It reminds me a lot about Terminator. Okay, guys. We're going to call it there. Wow. Holy cow. Holy moly. Yeah, my finger is going to be like in the best shape now. You can hold the trigger down. Holy crap. Danny, that's game changing for me. I did not know that. Oh man, guys, I'm so tired. That was a long ass build. That was a long ass build. Let me turn the volume down here. Guys, we did it. It took what? We're at 5 hours now. A 5-hour stream getting this cabinet put together. You're talking about Steel Gunner? All right, let's try it real quick. We'll try it real quick. So you can hold it down, huh? Okay. Oh, you're right. Son of a bitch. Danny, man, you're a lifesaver. You just kind of spray bullets. Yeah. Well, that works a lot better. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate you. All right, guys, it's time to go watch the Packer game, man. It's 3:15. The game's getting ready to start. 5 hours of a tough build. This was by far the roughest cabinet I've had to build. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the lock. I saw the lock button, but I didn't quite know how to do that. So thanks for giving me a tip. I'm tired, guys. This was a long stream, long build, but we got there. Hopefully that marquee stays okay. I'm going to move it back into place, get things cleaned up a bit here. Then I'm heading upstairs and watching the game. So go Packers, beat Bears. And I'll take pictures later and post them to the group. But welcome to the Quarterdeck Arcade. Cornercade. This is not the Cornercade. Time Crisis. Beautiful cab, tallest cab, obviously, in the entire arcade. It's probably going to look silly where I'm going to put it here, but I'll figure out a new place to put it later. Might move the Space Invaders T2 and put Time Crisis against the wall there. We'll see. But thanks everybody for coming along the ride. Remember, everybody's streaming today. Remember Steve Sales, GoFundMe. Go and hit him up. Drop him some coin if you can. If you haven't done that already, I would really appreciate it. And I don't even know who's streaming right now. If Michael B streaming or somebody else, hit up their streams now. They're going on right now. Thank you everybody for joining me on this tough struggle today. Appreciate you. We'll be back next week. Next week, I'm tentatively planning on doing the track and field GRS Build-A-Cade. So stay tuned for next week's show. Well, you don't have to stay tuned. I mean, you can come back. But tune in next week. Always remember, have a great rest of your weekend, a great week. And always remember, I got next. Have a good weekend, guys. Appreciate each and every one of you.